Okay, and with that, here we go. Let's immediately go into offline. Free flight. Vehicle selection. We're going to want our F8C. No, sorry, our F7C. Looks like my loadout that I did on my other computer didn't save. That's okay. Okay, let's get that snowblind on there. Save changes in the crypt. And we need FR66s. Omnis. Okay, alright. We got a full Omni loadout on this F7C. And in we go in the free flight. Okay, our capacitors at complete and full charge. Not super great. Alright, well my controls are in at least. Default's loaded up, so let's go ahead and let's just fly up here. Interesting that ore is showing up in this view. Alright. We might be doing things out of order here, but now let's go get the Polaris. Really, the Perseus would do this same thing too.
Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
All right, we are going to turn off shields. right, there is our fighter. So we do have shields turned off intentionally right now. Now I do not own an Idris. I will not be able to personally test with an Idris. Oh, game, don't crash on me. All right. Definitely a lot of weirdness going on performance-wise. A lot of stutters, a lot of weirdness with the music too. Alright. Now I'm hoping that since we left everything powered up, the PDCs will fire. So we might start with a missile to really wake them up and then come in with guns. Unless we can't re-enter this ship, like we lost ownership of it. Oh, there we go. Autopilot seat. All right. PDCs are firing.
Check fire.
All right. Now I'm applying damage. Where am I? I'm not seeing damage pips come up.
Check fire. Check fire. Check fire.
Okay, that turn's dead. We are seeing impact. Can't I get the PDCs to fire on me though?
Check fire.
We did get them to fire on the missiles, but not on at me. Oh, maybe they aren't firing at me because they can't damage me.
Check fire.
Oh, interesting. Either way, we are applying damage, so we did kill that turret. That's not really a test. Let's go to an engine to cell. That's a big test for fighter versus cap ship. Yep, killed it.
Check fire. Check fire.
So we should pull out a Gladius next. It really is the capacitor recharge though, even with full power and weapons.
Check fire.
want to see this break off before I leave this ship, though.
Check fire. Check fire.
There it is. Yep. So we can we can fully disable cap ships with Hornets with Omniskis. This is exactly like I saw in my last video. So everyone's saying I should have deleted that video because those numbers weren't final. I mean, they still aren't final. We are still in PTU. But I mean, right now this is working. Let's pull out the Gladius. Now, what I'm thinking is going to happen, if my theory is correct, the PDCs will light us up in the Gladius. We lost audio for some reason. All right. I don't know why audio died. Here we go. PDCs are engaging that. That should make me hostile. I'm engaging. I'm seeing red. Interesting. Let's go right up here and let's go for this other engine in the cell. Something's applying damage. We knocked it out. Okay. That shouldn't happen with Panthers and with Mantises. Okay. So now I'm thinking that AC might not be fully up to date, which is a bit of a shame. They did this last time as well. So let's go to the PU. All right. This is wild. I like the Vox Populi broadcast. Reading all of those is really, I don't know, I like him. I like him more than the regular UE broadcasts. Alrighty. Let's see here, guys. So, so far, is this not connected up? Oh, no, it is up. Okay. There we go. My bad. Just for a second, I thought the stream wasn't actually live. Weird. Okay. Hey, Dan. How's it going, man? So we are in the PTU for the next major test. So that's the public testing universe. So this next patch is a huge big one with lots of implications. So first new thing is a new inventory screen, which is lagging to go in, but this is it. Definitely lagging. Change into some different clothes here. So it's not out yet. This is in wave 1 PTU. So you need to be either a subscriber, an Imperator for money spent, or one of the players with the most playtime in the game to get into wave 1 testing. Interesting. A lot of my armor has not been attributed. Like a lot of it. I wonder if I need to recopy my account over. Yes, this is a preview. This is a testing preview. Oh well, the armor isn't that important to me for right now. So let's just suit up a basic kit then. Let's see. It's going to take getting used to dragging it into the slot instead of just onto your character. In the old one, you just drag it directly onto your character. This isn't bad by any means. It's just different. Here we go. Karna rifle. We'll grab that. Okay, so that can't fit in this side holster. It has to go there. All right. I kind of think that changing... I don't like if I have the tab over here. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is still an improvement to what we had before. But it ain't quite there. It ain't quite there. There are some usability instances and stuff, but let's see. The main thing we're testing is weapon damages, because they've added in so much. There's crafting in this preview, but the big thing for me and my channel, being a PvP focused channel, is they added in ship armor and armor damage mitigation, which means you need to have enough, like you can't just hurt any ship with any gun, regardless of how much, you know, damage it does now. Before now, you could shoot basically, you know, a ballistic pistol at a big ship and it would damage it. It wouldn't do much damage, but it would damage it. And now that damage is gated based on the level of armor of the ship. And a lot of people are saying, oh, this means that, you know, fighters are going to be awful now. They used to be like the kings, and now they can't get the armor. And the numbers I saw basically prove that to not be true. But those were early numbers I couldn't test myself, right? So we just tried testing them in Arena Commander, which is a free flight module, but we were not able to get results that I trusted, because things that I saw that shouldn't work, like the regular Panther repeaters on the light fighter, did actually damage the cap ship. So now we're in PU, where the changes are definitely implemented, and we're going to be making sure that they are behaving as we intend. So I think I do need to copy over my account again to get my bought items. Let's see here. All right. I'm copying the count over. That means we should get stuff. From the stats, the only real change for the Mantis Ghost meta, it's not just the Mantis, Skywolf. Yeah, it's not just the Mantis. It's gonna be the Mantis, the Panther, the Shredders, the Revenants, the basically the entire current meta list of weapons are gonna be cut off, with the exception of maybe NDBs, but we need to test that, which I won't be able to effectively do. All right.
Capital city of Microtech.
So we should get the rest of our items. Yeah. Yeah, the inventory is a mixed bag, as the chat is saying here. It's there are some usability issues, especially with the tabs and not being able to drag things directly on. Hey Don, how's it going, Don? Good to see you again, my man. XCOM wants its interface back. You know, we can go over the stats as I have found them, but right now we're doing the real testing. So it was my first time being able to play 4.7 and to figure it out. Let's see what we have here. Do you have FLs? We have FL22s. They're 33. Nope, just 22s. Okay. How about Omnis? I didn't know what was here. I just knew I'd have to come here anyways. Yep, we have Omnis. Okay. So let's get... We got 15 mil. Let's just get a bunch. And then... a bunch. And a bunch. And the size 4s, a bunch. There we go. Just spent 2 million. Most like that. What other weapons do we want to test that are here?
Good purchase.
I think the screen just broke, or there we go. Yeah, so this is going to be even buggier than usual, Dan, because this is very much not ready for prime time. Okay.
Smart buy.
All right, go to guns. We go here. All right, got a decent loadout here. What is the QR at top? So the QR is a bug fixing tool. So that means as we are playing, if we encounter any issues, we can send a clip of it to CIG, and they can look at that QR code. They can scan it, and it tells them everything that was going on in the game in that moment. It's basically a log file that gets generated and stored in a QR code. You see how it keeps updating as I'm running around? It's basically a live log file that gets written into the video. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily.
Weird. Have COG indicated they are standing by those initial? No. There's no indication of any of this making it to life. And once, even if it does come to life with the current numbers as we saw in that spreadsheet, which I have not been able to personally verify yet, that's what we're doing right now. It's going to be a living document. It's going to be a living change, right? People got really mad at me for that video, and it's like, guys, I'm just trying to like share awareness. Like, people thought I was basically like saying, haha, light fighters will still kill you. And I was more like, no, it's more like, oh no, light fighters will still kill you. Like, I don't know. Because I actually do want a segmentation of fighter roles. Like I want each ship. I want big ships to be good because it would be fun to fly them and to crew them with friends and to see them on a battlefield, right? And not just see, ooh, that's a pinata finna pop. Like, the fantasy of the combined arms, you know, multi-role fleet engagement is very appealing to me, and I think every PvP player. Like, yes, we've had it good in light fighters to kill things. That doesn't mean that we want that for the game, but people seem to think that at least I'm part of this light fighter mafia, and it's not true. I was just telling them that as far as the numbers as I saw right now, it just didn't fix the issue.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Located downtown in the luxurious Aspire Grand.
Please visit us again.
But yeah. Alright. We're gonna fly the Hornet up to Tressler.
I'm completely off stims. Been about a week now. First few days were rough, but I'm feeling a lot.
Although honestly, I'm not sure if we really should, because we did swap over the. We did copy over our account again, so I'm thinking that
Well, thanks for listening.
that we might, once we relog, be stuck again. All right, there's a full Omni loadout on the F7.
Remember,
Really, Prowler? I didn't look at the Prowler. You could be right.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to your. Please visit us again.
Yeah, I'm missing a lot of my account items, so I think I'm also missing my crafting table, which I do want to test because crafting does seem cool. But right now, before I relog, I really want to test the Polaris. I really wish I could get somebody to help me, but no one answered in chat. And we're still wave 1, so there's not many people to do it. Damage threshold, same as a Paladin. I mean, to fly the Prowler well, you need to adopt Alkaline style, which is great if you're a mouse and keyboard pilot. But no, that is crazy.
Enfield Aerospace. All systems online.
Okay, so here's the new radar pip. So by default, we have a 4 pip radar. And yeah, so we're definitely gonna need to adjust the loadout and stuff from that. Now, what we have is while we aren't locked on, we've lost our crosshair. You see, now we have this little circle. And you lose fixed assist. I don't know if you lose convergence.
Shields offline.
Yeah, fixed assist, gimbals, ESP, and the pip when you are not in range. So like I can target him. Oh, he just jumped. Okay, we'll target somebody up at PT. I copied my account over. I can commit crimes. We might attack this person for testing.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is
Because I imagine they jumped to PT as well. But I'm not seeing them, so maybe they didn't. Wow, this fucking loading like... Dude, wait, hold on. The Crimson Atlas. Dude, we're gonna attack this.
shields online.
We're absolutely going to attack this.
Shields offline.
This is a perfect test. There's somebody in the Perseus. The Perseus has the same armor values as the Polaris.
Shields online. Check fire.
Aww. Come back, you bitch. Which way did you jump?
Offline.
Kind of could be Calliope. Damn it. I was too slow. I mean, we applied damage. Oh, did that turret shoot at me? Hold on. If that turret shot at me, it either missed or it didn't apply damage. Now, I thought these turrets had cannons. Okay, no, it applies damage. It does apply damage.
Shields online.
There's an abandoned Polaris down there, but its shields are off, so I don't trust it to fire PDCs at me.
Shields hit. Docking initiated. Docking denied. Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
A little bit rough, but we got it there.
Takeoff complete.
Nailed it. Well, for a second, I saw it shoot at me, and I didn't take damage. I'm like, whoa! If I'm immune, that's an armor issue, right? So right now we can't change out the radars. Radars are all fixed for the ships, as far as I can tell. But I mean, okay, so right there, at the very least, we did prove something, though. We did prove something. We got the crime stat violation. Now, people will still say, oh, maybe it's just because you fired and you hit something. And you didn't do it. I think it's because we did damage. So I believe we just damaged that Perseus right before it jumped with those shots. And that's why we got the crime stat violation. Right? So I believe, if that's true, and my numbers were correct, that has the same armor value as the Polaris, then yes, we can damage subcaps and caps with fighters. Once again, it's not really confirmed, but that's my theory, right? The radar changes are really good in my opinion.
Welcome.
Obviously, like, you know,
Vehicle retrieval
I floated the idea, and it wasn't my idea. It was originally from Avenger 1. So I will not take full credit for it. Let's pull out a Gladius. Let's pull out my Polaris, because we can't confirm for sure that the Perseus does have the same armor yet.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
That's the docking port 01. But like I said, I had proposed no pips for fighters, so you had to get close. You had the manual aim. This is a good middle ground, because no pips was too hardcore, and pips were a very useful tool in learning how to fly and how to match velocities and stuff, right? But now at range, you have to. It's all, you know, mark one eyeball to shoot. And people think that means that fighters won't be able to hurt them in long range. And if you're in something like the size of maybe an Asgard and smaller, that's probably true. Anything bigger than that is not going to have a problem. You're not going to have a problem hitting them at range. Because what they didn't actually do is lower the range of the weapons. So, especially a big, slow ship like a cap ship, you can still range kite very, very, very easily. Even with slower weapons like the Omnis.
Welcome to Robert Space Industry.
Hoping you let me free. Really hoping you let me free. It was cool. It had its issues. Let me in. Let me go. We're stuck on the station. Oh. Hello, Apollo. Alright, what we're going to do is turn off shields. This is not where I wanted to test it. The shields are already turned off. Good. We are in SEM mode. Let's dunk off life support. Max. Something is very fucky with the ship, power-wise. Sound was cool. The sound and the visuals were actually really good too. Like watching space battles with these long sort of swinging lines of ballistic fire was a very cool effect. I liked the idea of it a lot more than I liked the reality though. The best thing about ballistic meta was the really quick time to kills, because a faster time to kill in fighter v fighter means you could more effectively deal with other threats as long as you had superior aim and stuff. However, as soon as there was even a little bit of parity, like as soon as they were like a third as good as you, then you would just be shot down, because you couldn't use any shield gameplay to negate them. No pills. They're not. If you are exclusively looking at light fighters, then they are moderately okay. But here's why they will never be used. Medium and heavy fighters are immune to them. So why would you bring weapons that can't damage the other fighter types that light fighters are good at killing? See, in my opinion, and this is an unpopular opinion, and actually this might be a hot take that I need to think about more, right? But I almost think that no fighter should get armor, except for like the Vanguard, the Guardian and MX, like the big chunky ones, right? because this is causing a lot of issues for the lower level balance.
Engines online.
So we are like full killed. Here we go. 30 some seconds. So what can I damage with ballistics? So all right, let's pull it up. So this is a video that I dropped on Monday. Got a lot of hate for this video, like a lot. Like there, you guys, the amount of deleted comments is wild. As we repair the ship here, so it's right here, capital ship nerf. This is going over the weapon changes. Then that links to this Reddit post, which was deleted now. So okay, we have a copy, but this is gonna be old data then, so we can't get it new. So take with a grain of salt. Let's see. I guess it was in Google Docs, not actually downloaded. Can I not get back to it? I saved the copy. Here we go. I got it. So this is old data now because because that post got taken down. But if we go, let's see. All right, let's go to the Vanguard. So Vanguard Warden, and we go deals damage sort A to Z, which is no. So none of the Panthers. The longsword, great sword, don't do it. Revenant Gatling, Mantis GT220, Sawbuck, Buzzsaw, Scorpion Gatling, Tiger Strike, TSMB5 Gatlings, Yellow Jacket Gatlings. Is the Shredder actually still on there? Did I just miss it? So I'm not seeing it on here at all, actually. Am I blind? Okay, the Shredder can still damage it. The Broadsword can damage it. But anything larger than this, with more armor, so then let's go up again. Let's go to the Paladin. But either way, like this kind of fucks over the ballistic repeater build on the arrow, at least, right? Because your size 2s aren't going to be doing damage. So there was Anvil Paladin. So okay, same armor threshold. So yeah. So Sawbucks are still decent against ships of this size, but then what I think is going to happen, honestly, is people are going to probably either base around the Perseus or the Polaris, because those are the same damage numbers, and you can still hurt the Idris turrets, and then you get everything in the game. So I'm thinking light strikes. So RSI Polaris right here. Deals damage sort Z to A, so that's for yes. So to damage a Polaris, FL33s, light strikes, attritions, which no one's going to use, Omniskis, which is what I have currently on you know, all of these guys, and then there's slightly less because you basically you need to have over a threshold for each damage type to actually even apply damage in the first place. Otherwise, it's entirely immune.
Engines online. Takeoff complete. Landing complete. Engines offline.
Why landing no work? Aren't the new stats in SPV or Oracle? They might be. I have not seen that yet. I was thinking lasers melt armor. Armor threshold still works as ballistics. All starter ships should be... Well, I agree with the starter ships. No, absolutely. Yeah. I guess we'll pull out a different ship. It's a shame. This is the one I wanted to test with. But we'll send it down. We'll pull out a medium ship and then pull it from that hangar to get a whole new hangar. That's what we'll do. Okay, it's just stuck in a weird state.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage for your insurance claim. Thank you. Please visit us again.
Shields did change. They were massively buffed to now become in parity with the armor. I don't have the full numbers on that change, but I think it was anywhere from like a 30% to a 60% increase in shield capacity, and nearly the doubling of the regenerate. However, I don't know if they've changed how regen actually functions to then, like, you know, encourage you to use them dramatically more than like, I'm fucking this up, sorry. I'm a little bit tired. I don't know if they changed how shields regen work. If large ships can regen through damage, that's really good. If they can still be stopped regenning from any ping of damage, like the smaller ships, which I just don't know. You know, shields haven't mattered for a while. Then they're still probably bad. Just because if one fighter is tapping it from 2,000 meters, you can keep your shield face down. You know, that's not exactly what we want. Yeah, I definitely need to recopy my account over. This is all my old account stuff. Makes sense why we didn't have a lot of my armor and things. I've seen them on SP Viewer and they are way lower than the spreadsheet. Okay, let's take a look. We're waiting a few minutes anyways. So I should ask for an update. In theory. Yep, there it is. So what exactly was lower? Sky. All right, well, let's just start with the Gladius. Interesting. So that's saying no armor. Or I guess no armor deflection. You're still an armor health pool, but there's nothing that applies to that. These numbers still seem to make sense according to what the sheet had. So this would be an 85% for physical damage and a plus 30% for laser damage. So you need more laser damage than that threshold, less physical. So you need more ballistic damage than the threshold and less laser damage than the threshold by those numbers. Interesting. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Let's go to the F7A. It's also showing 0 and 0. That would be good. That would be better. Let's go to the Vanguard Warden. I don't think this is true. because the Vanguard should have armor. That's 0 and 0 as well. I mean, well, actually, I mean, if it is true, that's what I said, where hey, fighters probably shouldn't have armor. Though I kind of would have given it to the Warden. Mirai. Look at the Guardian. Yeah, I don't think any of these damage deflection thresholds are currently accurate, guys. Let's just stop beating on the bush. Idris. Yeah. So this is not accurate. Unless they removed it from the game entirely and then we don't have damagement. So if this is accurate, this means we don't have damagement. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place. You know what, Billy Bob? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Billy Bob. I am not always the smartest man. Thank you. All right, let's see. Gladius. 11 physical, 6 energy. That makes sense to me. Because at 19%, right? I think that is going to come out to about 15. Let's look at the Vanguard Warden now. Yep, okay. Thank you for that shout out. Thank you for that shout out. My bad, guys. My bad. I got into it. I got into it. Ooh. 113 energy. Oh, wait. If that's true, hold on. Because the sheet we have might not be totally accurate anymore. But if these numbers are accurate, we can input into this sheet. Idris M. Ballistic threshold. Hold on. 189. Energy threshold. 113. Okay. Let's change this back over to Idris M. This still isn't going to be 100%. I'm just curious. Does that put light strikes? FL33s. Okay, no, FL33s don't do it. And then light strike 3s don't do it. But light strikes a size 4 will do it. So the Talon. The Talon is going to have an incredible weapon versus the Idris. Because that has 1800 meters per second, I believe. Maybe the size 4 is a little slower. But if it's not, it's a little slower. It's like a couple. Yeah, 1728. The Talon is eating good. The Talon is eating good. Once again, though, like I said, this is like the mint numbers might not be fully accurate there. It could still be wrong, right? It could still be wrong on the modifiers.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
But yeah, if basically if those thresholds are just lower across the board, then this could be quite good. Let's pull this out instead.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit
Is my Polaris still out? I don't think it is. I think they probably put it back away. So yeah, where can we get light strikes? Or FL33? Oh, they're starting the Mantis. We won't be able to rip some of those off that. Yeah, PDCs is the real change. We're gonna have to restart. We're gonna have to reset a lot of things anyways, guys. I'm hearing a ship fly around. I'm really thinking I might just go attack it.
Takeoff complete. Landing complete.
Almost feels like gravity comp isn't working correctly.
Landing gear raised.
That's a 600i. That could be a good target. Corsair. Okay. Well, let's do it. We were sitting our count anyways.
Check fire.
Yeah, capacitors are definitely annoying. So NDBs might also be quite good. Those wouldn't suffer the capacitor things. There's a little bit of just a little bit of trigger discipline. We're almost to the shield. There it is, damage applied. So now let's shoot this back engine. Yeah, so there is no convergence. I guess I wasn't targeting him. We're definitely applying damage though. You can see that we are getting through the armor.
Shields hit.
Now we need to be a little careful here. Okay, so it's the projectile inheriting the Kentucky windage of your movement. It does make that a little harder to range, but not impossible. We'll just do that. Mark one eyeball right there, and now we
Shield down.
got shields back pretty quickly.
Shields hit.
So that regen buff is good. Of course, you know, he's fighting within the turret. She absolutely should. Yeah, really the capacitors are annoying. But if I had, you know, 2-3 fighters, I mean, we're picking them apart, right? Somebody check the stats on the 600i from SP Viewer for me, please. Because we have confirmed damage being applied. And he jumped. Goodbye, good sir. Alright. We're going to need to reset our account anyways. So let's just go ahead and die right here. First splat. And we're going to log back in. .105 ballistic, 603 energy. 603 energy. Really? That's wild. All right. We'll relaunch. Let's see if... Let's see if the sync went through. 63. Thank you. 63. Okay. So not that much armor, actually. I really thought that they would have... Oh, we've been logged out. All right, 1 second, guys. Let me turn that off. Put back in my info. There we go. It's loading back up. No worries, man. I'm like 603. What? Amity's 36 damage, everything but Polaris and Idris with new stats. Yeah. Well, then we need to remember that we can probably still damage their turrets. With the Idris, what I'm curious is if you can damage the primary nose gun, right? Because like people said, and I think it was on the it was on Salty Mike's podcast. Virgil was talking like, is anyone actually killing Idrises with fighters? And I was like, no, we aren't killing them. We're making them retreat, right? Like, we're destroying their turrets. We're destroying their primary, weapon. And then, yeah, so it did reset. If at the current value of CF size we can hit everything below Caterpillar, then that's interesting. That's actually really interesting. That might, in a weird way, be better. That might, in a very weird way, be better. And hear me out on that, right? Cat has 56 energy. Yeah. Items. Hear me out why that might be better. That would suck for people below cap, below ship level. Below that level, right? But if you encourage the fighters to still use fighter weaponry, then you're not going to get my prediction of everyone just running the cannons, right? No, the alpha of the Panther is 43.7. So what's 43.7 times... Okay, hold on. I need to go back to the... We need to go back to home. Caterpillar. So you guys are making me do math. I say as if I didn't start the stream and do this entirely myself. Drake, Cat... Or I guess we'll do the Corsair. Why can't I find it? Here we go. And I'll bring this over here. So no, okay, that wouldn't go through because if you look at the durability damage modifiers, Sky, for ballistics, you lose 23% damage on the... well, okay. I don't know when these apply, is the question. If they apply before the threshold, it would stop it. If they apply after, they don't. But I think they apply before. I could be wrong on that. At 2%, yeah, we're absolutely penning a Corsair. So Oh, but it's minus. So yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. We are not penning a cat. What's the Crusader at? Okay, Crusader doesn't. Crusader has enough armor to stop that. Pens the Guardian. In a weird way, by making the CFs better, they're actually increasing. They're actually making the meta better. Because now they are genuine anti-fighter weapons. So what we were looking at on Monday, they couldn't pen the Guardian, right? They could use that modified value, and then unless they wanted to have the two separate stats for like some calculation reason or for some balancing reason, right? Interesting. If this just affects damage, if that affects damage, it's huge. If that is affecting damage, that is wild. That would be very interesting. If that's true, CIG just said fucking ballistic meta? No, fuck no, get that away from me. Alright, anyways, no, now we should have a fully up-to-date... Yep, we have a fully up-to-date inventory with all our stuff. Heck yeah. Alright, guys. Did this come with an undersuit? Doesn't look like it did. Alright, we will rock that undersuit. Let's try out this new Shiv armor set because I'm a simp. Alright. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. The inventory does look good. There are a few complaints I have with it so far. I don't like that I have to toggle between equipment and weapons over here. That's kind of annoying because you can't just drag it onto your character anymore. So like, for example, if we're in the gun, if we're in the weapons tab and I go to utility, okay? And I'm like, oh, I want to equip this. I can't. You can no longer just drop it onto your character. That doesn't work anymore, right? So... in a weird way, I have to like I either have to move it to my hands and then move it over, or I need to say, oh nope, never mind, switch over, and now I can put it in there. There it goes. So that's a pet peeve I have with it. Like I said, I would also like to just be able to just drop my own stuff over. So yeah, what's that? Like dropping on the character would be nice. Does that fit in the other slot? Come on. All right, well that's stuck there now. Oh, there it is. The workflow looks fucked with the new system. Yeah, it will definitely take some getting used to. That is absolutely true. There is a genuine improvement here. One thing I don't like is I don't like that clicking on these tabs just adds them on. Like I think clicking on the tab should swap it over. Like if I have armor and I click weapons, I only want weapons. But if I do like control click, then I want both, right?
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
All right. Yep, here's all the new stuffs. Good thing. All right. I mean, I've seen the helmet icon top icon get customs. Yeah, I don't know why they have that glasses slot. Have we ever had glasses in the game in their own slot? Maybe I just don't run like conventional clothing enough, right? I suppose we could also check out the crafting table. They are rare? Okay. Okay, cool. Shows you how much I really go through the ground loot. But no, back to the CFs though. The CFs are actually good at what they're supposed to do. And they aren't just for frickin' light fighter v light fighter, which the numbers I saw initially were. That would be strongly more encouraging you to actually run them. Because now I don't one up into a heavy fighter and say, well, can't do my job as the light, right? So in a weird way, making the CFs dramatically better is better for the balance of the game if you are looking at it from a fleet combat perspective. Which I know people aren't going to want to hear. Because people are so tired of CFs, they're so tired of light fighters. But I actually think that might be a very solid change.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembark.
Yeah, Dreamy, it looks like on the new numbers that we have, the CFs are actually going to be quite good. At least in their slot, right? So if SP viewer numbers are correct, Shiv getting shot down by FPS weapons, they already were. Like I'm actually really not worried about the Shiv, because all the Shiv is experiencing is the same game we had before armor, right? That's it. And especially if the weaponry that it comes with is now better. If the breaknecks and tormentors can now apply damage. No, Shiv is gonna be fine. Oh no, you take damage from anything that hits you. That's how the game has always been. Yeah, the shield buffs are what interests me the most. In that fight versus but like, it does appear in that fight we had with the 600. Shield regen is quick, but it does not regen through damage still. Which, in my opinion, for large ships, it kind of fucking should. But you should be able to like use ballistics or something to try and target the shield generators or things. Because the idea of being pegged by damage at range and keeping your shields down is really annoying to me. Are you looking at the threshold or are you looking at the actual armor value? Because then you have to apply on, you know, the health values. God, I've been playing with only flight suits for so long that running with the heavy legs. That is a wild buff. But if two fighters applying constant damage can still keep it down, even with that additional HP, all you're doing is buying time, right? Like, let me clarify my position. I don't like that the only thing that larger ships can do against smaller ships, at least the way the game has been, we're still testing right now, right? So I'm not saying this is how the game is right now. I don't like that the only thing they can do is like survive tank until they can run away. Which we will try out some CFs.
Nice choice.
Let's just buy a bunch, actually.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Can you stop breaking screen? And yeah, no, screw it. This screen's annoying me. Here we go. All right, we'll do that. We'll do omnis.
Smart buy.
Because on a heavy fighter that has more capacitor, it could these could still be tempting. It is the capacitors that limits these. So somewhere to see the changes right now. SP viewer. Why are we getting? No, hold on. You.
Smart buy.
Yeah, armor HP. Okay, yeah. So when you take into account all the additional DPS that the Shiv has, plus the fact that I actually think it might still have a very competitive turn rate versus the Avengers. The Avengers interceptor tuned,
Be on the lookout.
and the Shiv is a freaking 7 CM, basically. You have more damage. Sure, you have less armor, but you're gonna have more whole health. I think it's gonna be fine. I really don't think the Shiv is dead. Anything of value in here? Not really. Redeemer at 33E is actually... Yeah, okay. Paladin. The Paladin can be penned by CFs. Okay. So, okay. No, you know what? This is... I actually genuinely think that's a good change. And I know Don, the Paladin enjoyer, is going to hate me, but hear me out. Once again, the Paladin's still going to be as tanky as it was before this update. We want to encourage the fighters to bring fighter weapons. That is good for the game. Because I was thinking, especially when it looked like the CS were totally useless, like, all right, everyone's going to bite the bullet and want a cannon, and then we're not going to see any changes. But by making the CFs genuinely good, like the changes I was looking at initially, the CFs were only viable against like medium ships and smaller, like really only exclusively other fighters. And by making them useful against more ships, you're encouraging them to be ran. So in that fleet combat scenario, when you are fighting caps, that actually does segment your role in the light fighter. Nose turrets getting a gimbal. The Redeemer got done so dirty. It got done so dirty. I kind of always wanted one. I never got one. Because they were never good. Sorry. But size 5s. Size 5s were the issue. And then they got size 4s. And that was... But then... all the other stuff. Feel as though they at least require Omnis versus Paladin Redeemer. Otherwise, why bring those ships? Bring fighters? Because those ships still have a huge amount of presence, right? The gunships, in my mind, the gunships, the Paladin and the Redeemer, do the same role that the Hammerhead wanted to do. At least in the older game, right? Where they were deterrents. They are too slow to press the attack, right? They are too slow to press the attack. But if they create a big harm circle around them, then you can do okay. I did kill a Paladin in testing last patch in 4.6 with a stealth Hornet. We did get the power plant kill through, but that was with ballistics when ballistics were good. And so now ballistics aren't good. We have to remember, with ballistics not being good and shields being buffed, I still think they're going to be viable. Like, ships being able to be damaged doesn't mean that they're useless, right? It is slow. Ballistic meta is 100% over. Yeah. There is zero reason to bring ballistics right now. Until they add back in high detailed pen for component targeting, yeah, ballistics are back to being dead like they were before. Metas are useless. Hey, that's Star Citizen, baby. We had 2 patches of ballistic meta and they were like, enough of that.
There's a lot going on today.
That is interesting, Pels. No, it is. Ballistics were fun for me because of the fast time to kill, but the removal of shield gameplay was not very fun.
Well, thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy your time in New Baggage.
So, all right, yeah, we have the ghost here.
Hi, and welcome to New Baggage. For the latest updates on ship availability and gate assignments, please use one of the conveniently located terminals.
Yeah, ballistics are very dead.
Tired of travel? Why not rest at the Nest's newly renovated accommodation, located downtown in the luxurious Sapphire Grand.
Oh, that's the wrong turret.
How's it going? Yeah, sure.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch on all persons.
I think if we request the Super Hornet, we can get that one.
The ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Ah, let's pull it back up. I didn't see a good reason to use the A over the C for armor, but let's just see. All right, S7C Mark II has 6,600 HP, 20 physical, 11 energy. Now, they are identical in armor, my friend. Identical in armor. Sadly, if we compare it to the Ghost, yeah, also identical in armor. So this is subject to change because lore-wise, the Ghost is giving up armor to get that stealth coating, right? So that probably won't stick around. But right now, no to your question.
To New Baggage. Microtech, the Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
So here's the thing. CIG has really struggled to do the ballistic, the mixed loadouts. They've never got it right.
Ready to upgrade? Located in the plaza.
They've never got it right. So here's what I would do is, and this is probably like not super great for the non-sweaty players, right?
From all of us at Microtech, welcome to the New Baggage.
I would say ballistics don't pen shields at all. Literally no damage to shields, can't get through it, doesn't do anything. Ballistics just get entirely murked by shields. And the logic behind that change
Your belongings.
is, well,
Keep a careful watch
you're flying around your ships at high speeds. Debris would rip your ship to shreds, if bits of, you know, hard mass were getting through, right? But ballistics should be incredibly good against armor and components and actually hurting the ship. So what you do is you use lasers to strip shields, and lasers will still do damage to armor, but much less, because, you know, if you think about lasers, they're like a heat-based damage, right? They're hitting a big block of metal, that's going to absorb heat pretty well, right? That's just the logic behind my proposed changes. But big fuck off, you know, big ooga booga rock going fast, you know, rods from God style stuff. Yeah, that should. God, I forgot so much things. I forgot so much things, guys.
Everything quiet?
At least I can move them off my super. This is what I use my super for, guys. I use it to fucking easily arm up my other ones. Although that didn't go over. Damn it. No, I agree, Don. Yeah. We have to go back and buy a nose turret, guys, because I'm stupid.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
Wave 1 means murder hobos around. I mean, guys, we're testing. Can't believe I forgot the freaking nose turret. Let's pull back up SP viewer though. So we have 22 physical, 11 energy. If we go back to items and we go back to hardpoint weapons, we go to size 1. The torrent does 18 ballistic. The swarm does 10. That's lower, isn't it? That's lower than what we just had. So it looks like the medium fighters might still be immune to PDCs. If anybody down there also has wave 1 access and would like to help me test this out, that would be hugely appreciated.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Oh yeah, chat is very, very broken. I wonder when they were actually make the Hornet Ghost and Tracker Center caps do something. Yeah, I think they don't know how. Like, I think it's going to require a significant rework of the ships to have, like, maybe now that we have the radar changes on, they can now tie in that tracker cap to the radar system somehow, right? But it definitely feels like they don't really know how to tie those stats to the ships yet. Though what I'm saying is I don't think they have literally the functions in the code for those items to do anything yet, and they probably don't want to build them until they have their more advanced systems for it, right? So now that we have the advanced radar, which once again I want to reiterate, I love the radar changes. I think they are fantastic. Maybe give us convergence at least, but even if they don't, it's okay. Because it's not going to affect dueling at all. What it is going to do is provide a skill check to range kiting larger ships. And right now it's not a direct buff for the larger ships to have pips at range. Maybe a little bit, but like we're talking a little bit, because you can still just do evasive maneuvers. Now if they also take this radar change and they apply like a 25%, 50% projectile velocity speed increase on player man turret weapons, that would be very good for the game. Very good for the game. All right, we got it. Sorry, guys.
Don't think I forgot your behavior last week. Keeping an eye on you.
Like I said, like my recommendation for the game, like, hey, if you want slow ship speeds and fast weapon velocities, and you don't want ships to just be lasered at range and you want them getting close enough to fight, I would say, hey, on fighters, remove pips. That's what I said. That would have been way too hardcore, though. That would have been way too hard for the average non-flight enthusiast to just have a gun sight and have to do it all by the Mark 1 eyeball. But now doing it at range is such a fantastic change. I am so happy about that. Oh, missiles don't change. Okay, so your detection range doesn't change. Except for, actually, it is still overall lower, because now cross-section only gets picked up by the radar pings. It doesn't get picked. No, we missed the train! Alright, but yeah, so here's how it works, okay? Your radar will still see ships based off of their IR and EM values as always. You will see them on your radar, you'll be able to target them. Until you are within the range that your size radar can basically give you a targeting solution, you will not have any assists. So you will not have the pip, you will not have weapon convergence, you will not have ESP, and you will not have fixed assist. Okay? However, you do still have a little gun sight, a little circle with parentheses on it. And what that means is if you use your Mark 1 eyeball and you just track your freaking your tracers on, you can still do damage, but it's a skill check now instead of it just being shoot here at this range. Yes, Sky, that would be fantastic. That would absolutely be fantastic to have it be, yeah, it's a different weapon on the, when it's on a turret. That is a fantastic idea. Like I said, we're getting close. Like, people look at me and they're like, oh, he's a PvP sweat. Oh, he likes flying fighters. He must be part of the light fighter mafia who doesn't want the game to change. No, I want fleet rolls. I want this really nice combined arms warfare. I want more ships to be useful. This guy has fantastic hair. You have fantastic hair. But, like, what I don't want is things to be useless. So right now, medium-sized ships are useless. That's not good. Okay. I don't want fighters to become useless either. In a big, thing, I want to have a job to do. I want to have a role to play. I want to say, okay, hey, my job is to take out bombers, heavy fighters, or as something gets more damage, like we see in the arm system, then I can go in and join the fight and contribute. I don't want it ever to be just, hey, you don't get to play now because they didn't bring something for you to play against, right? So I like that I can damage turrets. I like that I can, once the armor is low enough, I can then add my firepower to it. I want all the combat ships in the game to be good. I want the Hammerhead to be good. It's never been good. It's a cool ship, but it's never been good. And honestly, until they nerf PDCs, I was thinking it's never gonna be good because like you can just bring out the Perseus, have PDCs, have that pressure, and then also have that the menacing visage, right? Yeah. So everyone looks at me because I'm a PvP player, and they assume I don't want light fighter meta to die, and that is absolutely not true. And like we're close to it. We are close to it. But like what I like so much about these changes is it does let you, if you have the skill, still get there, right? It's not going to be super effective, but like I can still use the Mark 1 eyeball in attempts to attack your range. I really like these changes because the average player is going to wait till they have a pip, right? And they're going to get in close. And this has a new area for skill expression.
Looking for a good time? Be sure to visit Wally Spa at the promenade. Goodbye. Only a quick ride on the metro. Tired of travel? Why not rest?
Okay, we finally have our ship ready, guys. I am sorry that took so long.
Located downtown, luxurious sapphire brand.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following.
Be sure to explore all the Savage has to offer. Whether it's the latest technology.
No, guys, I'm really excited for this patch, though. Like this is a good patch. Even when I was worried about the behavior changes. Yeah. So the Paladin, the role it serves is being a lower investment ship than a Hammerhead. You only really need 2 players to effectively deploy it. Yes, you can go up to 4, but really 2 is the sweet spot for it. And like, oh, the convergence. Well, okay, your turret's handling the fighters anyways. It has size 5 guns, so size 5 guns are not currently good against fighters. So before, when you were fighting fighters, you would downsize it at size 4s. What you do have though is a ship that does not proc PTC fire. And you have size 5 weapons that are going to be better at applying pressure to other medium-sized ships and above, right? As well as still being a threat, because turret authority is still huge, right? It's still going to be a threat to fighters. So in a way, the Paladin is almost more of an attack craft. It's an attack boat. It's not necessarily a gunship. How you define the gunship role, right? Because it is going to be dangerous to those larger ships with those size 5s, right? So it is a smaller ship that requires less investment, that can go and attack larger ships. It can still be a threat to fighter craft, not necessarily ideal at killing them, right? But then fighter craft's job will be to actually deal with that and deal with things like it. So it's similar to a bomber to an attack craft right now. Like real talk. You're in a Corsair. You don't want to see a Paladin coming up on you. You're in a Caterpillar. You don't want to see a Paladin. You're in a Polaris even. You don't want to see a Paladin. A Perseus? I think a Perseus would look at a Paladin and go, okay, let's dance, right? But a Polaris wouldn't, because the Polaris turrets, aside from the main one, suck. So I think the Polaris getting in there and blowing off engine nacelles and stuff is what's going to be. And so yes, it is weaker to fighters now, in theory. Well, okay, saying weaker to fighters now is wrong, because it's just still as it was prior. It doesn't have immunity that is new. The immunity is new, so it's still as effective as it's always been, right? So like that's why like some people kind of overreact. Not saying you are overreacting, but it's like it's still going to be a really good ship, guys. Like Armor does matter. It is great. It's a good change. Just because we can damage it does not mean it's useless. It still has health pools. It still has armor pools. It's still going to be quite good. I guess let's grab a mission. Yeah. Let's start the combat gauntlet and just see how far we can get with repeaters. Yeah, shield is twice the HP as life, right?
Thanks for signing up for my combat training course. Just to introduce myself, I'm Lucas Moransky, but my students call me Gilly. I've served in 6 squadrons in the Navy and have over 10 years experience teaching pilots how to fly and fight. For this first lesson, we're going to start on the assault.
I agree with that, Don, but at the same time,
One-on-one dominance. Everyone
they are different ships, right? The Prowler can be incredible. It really can be.
normal hostiles. Don't worry.
But I think in a straight up fight, I would still rather have the Paladin, right?
Get ready.
But if I was doing, you know, Hawk stuff with funky things with that turret in the tractor beam, or if I was wanting illicit cargo, yeah, that's pretty nice. And we also have to remember, this is tier 0.
Hostiles inbound. Light 'em up.
We're gonna have to see. Why do I have a pip left over? Okay. So, as you see, we're going to go back to gun. One of my guns isn't shooting, that's why. So this ship was actually relatively tanky in the in 4.5 because it had an interior and still relatively tanky even to burn through all this. There we go. Can I fix my gun not shooting?
Cleared that wave. I've signaled the next.
Weapons offline. Over. Weapons online.
That's lovely. Just PTU things. We're down a weapon. So right here, you can see I don't have a pip yet, but I do still have a gun sight. So as you get, it will definitely be a skill thing, but I certainly believe that, especially against large ships, right? Like against this guy, it was probably ambitious for me to even try it out. But against large ships, where we would normally want to kite anyways, like a Connie, it would be a skill thing to use this new,
Here comes the next.
this new sort of fixed gun sight to attempt to engage it. But as you see, my detection range isn't modified on my actual radar. It's just when that pip appears, right?
Bogey.
So I can still hit him a bit with missiles, see? It's coming more straight at me. There we go. See where everything hits? See? Boom. And now, yes, these are AI, they're flying straight. In PvP against a fighter, you're not going to be doing the Mark 1 eyeball, but you weren't anyways, right? You weren't anyways. You were waiting until you were in the rule of halves. This is going to make it easier for new players to not waste their magazine on the merge. This is basically enforcing the rule of halves. It's a really good change, guys. The radar changes are so... like, they're better changes than I kind of was even going to give CIG credit for being able to do. It's a really smart change. I'm very, very happy with the radar changes. The only thing I don't like is how much power that they take. But so I think that probably the stealth radars are going to be the way to go, just for power's sake, right? Or maybe it will be just what you want the grade A mills, but you want to put one pip of power into them, because I think looking at those stats, they were close to being as good as the stealth on full power. God, these guys are so tanky.
That's gonna put a big check mark in the done column. You showed a lot of solid skills out there today, rookie. Can't wait to see how you do with the next lesson.
So is it low armor or is it low threshold? I know it's low threshold, but is it also low armor? Because like, one, obviously these numbers are gonna be modified, but exactly, no, the radar changes are quite good. They're very good. Also, guys,
Ready for your next challenge?
keep an eye out. Let me know if I get any blueprints, because
And going mano a mano,
I do want to test out crafting.
going against multiple ships at the same
Even though I will not be a crafter, I don't think, unless I get cool blueprints and want to make cool stuff with it. But
Quantum drive is now
about
on.
a whole other challenge ready. I think you can handle it. Let's move out and I'll see you.
Quantum drive is now off.
okay, yeah, but the paladin, the pilot weapons aren't the focus. The pilot is the second man in that ship. You're flying for the turret. It's the same as for a hurricane, right?
Okay. You're in the
And against a large ship, a large attack craft,
I'll deploy your targets.
yeah. Realistically, like in a duel, in a one-on-one, you're not getting close enough to a paladin
Contact.
to actually sit where the convergence matters. Even in a fighter, like even when I was trying it out, and I was fighting one as a test, I ended up just range cutting it,
Target destroyed.
which is going to be a lot harder to do with the current radar systems. Not impossible, it's harder.
Shields hit.
Taking fire.
Target destroyed.
Okay. So my video definitely was wrong, but there are still some important takeaways. The main one being, it does, at least so far, we haven't been able to test it yet, but just looking at the raw numbers, it does look like the Hornet and above are, like PCs are going away. So there is still a cap ship nerf. My thoughts on the meta weapons are wrong though, because making CFs good is actually
For combat.
the way to do it.
The next lesson will help you grow even more.
Alright. Did I get anything? Did I get any... Three rewards. That's probably just merit, right? No, same armor and threshold. Okay, same armor sucks. Yeah. It's not broken. It's not broken. It's kind of intended for the ship. Balanced it and its peak being at 4 men. Because here's the thing, they know, or at least they should know, that side-mounted turrets like on the Corsair are terrible. They're just not fun as a turret gunner, right? On the Hammerhead it's a bit different because they come out and they have a full movement range, right? Well, no, because there is a maximum amount they can converge on because of where they're mounted physically, right? And whatever maximum gimbal range that they give it, they can only go in so much, right? It's literally the physical size of it in the placement. So like, if it had Asgard place things, it wouldn't be an issue, right? But it doesn't really freaking matter. Because if a fighter is sitting off your nose that close to where you can't engage it, at that point you stop nosing onto it and you fly for the turret. And that size 5 will shred at that close. Now, if they are an insane knife fighter, if they are like, you know, Shadow Moses, you know, Avenger Squadron level, and they can stay in the slot, it's hard to do. It's really hard to do. It takes a high-end pilot. Then okay, yeah, really it is not a problem until you have multiple fighters going on you and sort of pulling your attention. When I fought the paladin in my test, granted I only got one fight in with it, staying at range was the more answer. Yeah, so I'm not getting any blueprints from this, but that's okay.
Welcome back, Rook. I've got a more tactical lesson for you this time. We know you can fight multiple ships at once, but now we're going to dive into the calculations that separate an average combat pilot from a great one. I'm talking about target priority. Choosing to
Drive is now on.
win. It can make all the difference when you find yourself up against a big squad. Head to the training site.
Quantum drive is now off.
Because here's the thing, Django. I see your point. I see what you're trying to say. Why I disagree with it is because you have to understand that Star Citizen players are lazy and antisocial for the most part, right? So most people who play this game either play it solo or with like 1 or 2 friends. Orgs are not the primary way this game is played. Even if they probably should be, right? It is when you are in a hammerhead, you do not get your firepower until you fully crew it. Any member you don't have is leaving numbers on the table. And if that more effective, less effective, right? Doesn't really matter when you do get the firepower. Right? This is why the Super Hornet is so liked, even though I don't personally like it. Is because when you don't have a turret gunner, you get that turret power. I love the Shiv because the Shiv is more than just a combat ship, and it is also very similar to the Super Hornet, and you can solo that ship and get all your firepower. The fact that you get those turrets as the pilot, even if they have convergence issues, which once again in real combat don't really, I think, matter that much in a duel. In a large fight, okay, sure, but you should be targeting larger ships then, right? Because with 2 players, you get all of your DPS online. That's how that ship is going to be ran, even in the works, unless that it really is their main fighter deterrent window, their main thing, which they shouldn't use it for anyways, in my opinion.
Shields hit.
AI are just so bad. I really wished they would fly a little closer to players. Why is this guy just giving me a straight line to shoot at? Now I was kind of hoping that with blueprints being rewards for some quests, right? That I'd be more encouraged to quest a bit, and they would bring some longevity to it. And I think it still will be. But AI are just so boring to fucking fight, man. Like, what is this guy doing? What is he actually doing? As a pilot, what does he think he's doing? It makes no sense. This is 6th off. The AI fly like is not 6th off. It would be so much more engaging if they tried their best to try and fight you. They wouldn't get the player level, but if they would at least, you know, use their back strafes, always be trying to keep you nose on. So you can't even really practice dogfighting fundamentals. You can practice. You used to be able to practice things like staying close, or which you still can, or the rule of hats, which is going away with the radar changes. Is this? I know a lot of players are very bad at combat, and so maybe it is good for them. And I'm coming at it from a level that most players never get to, but it just makes the PvE very boring when they don't even attempt to fight you. He's not attempting to fight me. He's not. Why are prospectors so tanky? Okay, I even gave him nose and he turns away from me. Shoot me, you fool.
Target is
Another lesson in the books. Hopefully you can feel yourself improving, because I'm definitely seeing it on my side. I recommend a bit of downtime, and then we can get back at it. Rest up, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you might be right. The question is of course, when will we be able to actually change out the components? Because right now they're fixed, right?
Got your next lesson all ready for you. You fought ships you can see. Now it's time to face the ones you can't. That's right, I'm talking stealth. Remember that the best pilots don't get comfortable just because their radar's empty. We're gonna teach you how important radar use can be when
Quantum
it
drive
comes
is
to
now on.
hitting targets. Head over to the training site and we'll get started.
Quantum drive is now on.
Honestly, dude, now that they've lowered the values and CFs are valuable, this patch is actually in such a better place. I'm actually really excited for this patch.
And we can begin.
This is going to be good. This is going to be a very good change for the combat system. It's not going to be perfect. There's going to be growing pains, guys. There's going to be weird spots. There already is weird spots, but
Got hostiles heading to
I really like that they have basically rebuffed CFs
Bogey.
against a lot of ships.
Shields online.
Need backup.
Shields hit.
I think I was firing right before the Pip arrived, and we were close on. Because now there is genuinely going to be a reason to do it. Fuck that. Okay, so we might be running into our first ship that we won't be able to damage. I don't know what the armor of the mole is.
Target destroyed.
The mole is stupidly tanky though. Yes. No, wait, no, okay, hold on. I'm seeing red flashes. Okay, so we can damage the mole. That's good. I mean, it's not good for a mole owner if we're being real, but because it's in this combat test, we can damage it. Actually, let's stay focusing on one side. Guys, this is going to be a good patch. It's going to be very broken, I think, because of, you know, it's a huge patch. We're getting so many features. We're getting inventory, we're getting crafting, we're getting armor, we're getting rock breaker.
Shit.
But guys, this is like the fact that the CFs are working. I know so many people are cringing because of light fighter meta. This is so good for it. Because now I'm encouraged to run them, right? I am encouraged to use these as my weapons on my ship. Which means, if I come up against an Idris or a Perseus, or a Polaris. Because I'm incentivized to use these guns, and that is not my job to deal with them anymore, right? I still do want to get somebody in a player ran Polaris and test PDCs. One of the reasons why we're doing Gillies is not just to see if we get blueprints from Gillies, it's also because at the end of Gillies there is a Polaris. So we can at the very least test it that way, right? Hold on, let me try this. Can I target fixate it? I can.
Taking down.
I will say this is still an insanely long time to kill for the ship. I think it's gonna be fine, guys. I really think it's still gonna be fine. Because you also have to remember, we don't want to make anything super overpowered. Guys, it's still gonna be a great ship. Just because it can take damage doesn't mean it's not a good ship. But no, seriously, making the CFs good is such an important thing. Can this ship hurry up and die? There we go. At this rate, though, realistically, right, the idea would be to board it. We shut off all the engines, right? We've disabled the power plant. At that point, you board it. I think number 6 is where we went into the constellation, correct, guys?
Take things up a little. I got all my pilots locked and loaded with some heavy ordnance in today's lesson. That's right. They're going to be launching missiles at you, and you're going to be firing your countermeasures right back. Make sure your ship's stocked up, and report to the training site.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now up.
No, the radar changes are pretty raw. But I really hope that they double down on making these size 1 radars pretty bad. This is so good. If they make them go up to like 2K, it's pointless, man. Like even in the Hornet tracker, the tracker should just have a better chance detecting things at long range. It shouldn't get longer pips. Like if they roll back the pip ranges and the assist ranges,
Hostile spotted. Give them what you got.
it'll be these are really good. I really need them to stay under 1K. right, so we got a few hits there. Using the Mark 1 eyeball. Yeah, because it's gonna be such a fun skill check learning how to appropriately lead slightly larger ships, you know. It's another reason why I want to go up against the What's the new meta? It's up in the air. But they made CFs good. But hear me out, Miso. This is an insanely good change. So CFs can now take on anything under a Caterpillar. Heavy fighters, gunships like the Paladin and the Redeemer, ships that the fighters should be fighting, right? So in the first leaks that I saw, the CFs couldn't damage anything bigger than a medium fighter, which means the light fighter couldn't really do its job. Or really, the fighter couldn't do its job if it had CFs. Okay? Now that the CFs are good and it can deal with all these smaller, size combat ships, you're incentivized to run them, and that means you probably won't be running cannons as your meta, unless you're focused on going towards the big ships. I didn't think this was going to happen because in that first look, the CFs were just too bad. They were just awful. Now that they're good in what they do, chances are I won't be running cannons. So when I get into a cap fight, I need to play the fighter role of going after turrets and PDCs and stuff. I can't damage the main ship until someone else with a bigger gun lowers that armor threshold. It's a really good change. The radar changes, they're so good. I don't like the power on the requirements on them. That requires some tweaking and changing. But the radar changes are so fantastic. Like, it's a better change than I thought CIG was capable of.
There goes my insurance premium.
See? Using that size 1, that Mark 1 eyeball right here. Applying damage as I'm coming in. Still doing my corkscrew. And now we have Pip. Dude. The average player will wait for the Pip. The more skilled player will learn how to manually lead. It's good. It's so good. It's such a good change. God damn. I didn't think CIG was capable of raising the skill floor while also technically nerfing the fighters. It's great. Push in, get under him. It's such a good change. I'm so in love with it. Like I am going to keep sucking off these radar changes because I don't want them to revert them.
Target destroyed.
All targets neutralized. Catch your breath. The next one is on its way.
So we should now. Ballistics are dead. Yeah, ballistics are just fully dead, sadly. There's they are quite all right. Vanguard. We're gonna go for the we're gonna go for the Firebird first here, so he doesn't get his missiles off.
Target destroyed.
Get a kill. No, yeah.
Shields hit.
Ballistics do appear fully dead, which is a shame, but at this point, you take what you get. Lasers are better for the raw gameplay and for not having there's just no point to shields, and with the shield buff, it's good that lasers are now the main. What is hitting me so hard? Is there a stealth ship or something? It's almost like it's the main cannon off of the Vanguard, but it shouldn't be. But yeah, now that my fighter job with CS, I can still damage a heavy fighter. Okay, the heavy fighters did get nerfed from it. What is that huge thing hitting me? It's not you. Is it the turrets from the station? I think it's the turrets from the station. That's what it is. I'm almost certain of it. What I really need is I really need to get someone else in here. I should reach out to Journey John and have him help me if he's willing to, because I need to see if the Hornets heavy fighters are actually immune to PTCs now. That's still going to be good for them as a buff, because then their job is to get in close and destroy those PTCs, so then you can fire torps at the cap ships, right? So if the Hornet's job now is to get close to a cap ship, blow off its turrets and PTCs, so then light fighters can also move in, and then bigger ships go in and apply the rest of the damage via larger guns or via torpedoes, via missiles, that's good interplay. I was looking at chat. I am very happy we didn't blow up. I was looking at chat. It looked like they were doing damage to me. Note to self, don't read chat in the middle of a raid fight like this. They're calling it a raid fight is generous. He's not even raiding onto me. Top turret on the harbor. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude, NBDs are going to be incredibly good. NBDs are probably the best weapon for a fighter if you want to have that capability. I actually wonder if an NBD arrow is going to become insane. That's interesting, Sky. That is interesting. That's that quick. I didn't realize that. All right, so here we have the Connie. This is really what I want to test, right?
Nice to see you again, Rook. You haven't caught you down for much longer at the rate you're learning. For your next lesson, I've got some multi-cruise ships ready to take you on. Not only will you need to avoid turret fire, but these larger ships have multi-faceted shields. That means you'll need to focus your targeting to completely take out shield
is now on.
if you want to start doing some real damage. All right, make your way to the training site when you're ready.
Quantum drive.
Let's repair and also give a chance to try and fix our top gun here. But we should be fighting a Connie now. Didn't we jump the Tressler? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? I thought we jumped the Tressler. I will check that out.
Quantum drive is now on.
Dude, I still think the Hawk is going to be an incredible duelist.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, NBDs are going to become incredible, which is a shame. Not because I don't like that change, it's because I hate farming NBDs. I fucking hate it. As somebody who never wants to leave a ship, right? Like how I play is This is my gameplay. I get in fighter ship, I fly fighter ship. Farming MBVs is annoying.
Landing gear deployed.
Dude, it's okay. We gotta give grace. These changes are hugely different, but I really do think I'm very positive on this patch right now. It's probably gonna be buggy and broken. We're probably gonna find exploits or things that are also going to wreck metas, but
Takeoff complete.
for tier 0, now that the CFs are good, it's really, yeah. So I need to test these PDCs, so we're gonna have to
Takeoff complete.
get. Oh, I took it too early.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
Did we break ourselves? We may have broke ourselves.
All systems offline. Anvil Aerospace. All systems on.
Shoot. All right, we will get a hangar to reset the ship.
Complete.
Is the server dying? Okay, can't hail.
Landing gear. Raid. Shields offline.
Really? If that is true, I'm very happy because people were worried about the wolf being essentially useless. Dude, if that's true,
Quantum drive.
I'm really happy about that.
Quantum drive is now.
We can pull out a wolf next.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Damn, actually,
Quantum drive is now on.
it might be too good. It might become the new meta. The Alpha Wolf might become the best ship in the game.
Okay, you're in the right place.
Which is why damage threshold is a hard thing to do.
Shields
This, but
online.
Got hostiles heading to your position. Prepare to engage.
Bogey.
yep, here we go.
Lock.
There we go. See, we're getting some hits. We got his shields down before he got to us because of the size 1 eyeball, Mark 1 eyeball.
Destroyed.
He got hit by the old asteroido. At least the Gladius actually
Down.
kind of, sort of, barely flies like it's trying to kill me. The
Shields offline. Bogey.
Connie got to me. We have to pull away.
Shields.
Reset.
Lock. Lock. Target destroyed.
All right, here's the Connie. So I see it. We're gonna stay at range
Shields hit.
and just use our Mark 1 eyeball. It's doing a good job. There we go. Yeah, there's a talent to it. There's definitely a skill check to it that will take practice, but I really think you can do it. It's not easy. I'm gonna try and dive and get behind it now. So now we can limit its firepower onto us. We don't want both turrets on us, and we don't want its main guns on us.
Shield down. Shields hit.
Okay. Yeah, getting good at this, I think is going to be very helpful. I mean, that's not totally true, Taz, but it is a step in the right direction. The radar changes are fantastic. Like, what I always recommended to get rid of light fighter meta was to simply just not give fighters pips and make you have to use your gun set like this. So the fact that is a halfway point, because that was too hard for the average player, right?
Shields hit.
Now let's try and dive, get under and behind. These changes are a good first step. They are a very good first step. Light fighter meta is not gone though. Especially if what we just heard about the wolf is true, which we will definitely want to go test. Now, can I kill this turret? If I can kill his bottom turret, then I have him. Is a step towards the ending of light fighter meta, towards fighter meta in general. We're not there yet. There's some great changes here. There's some very good changes here. The radar is one of them. CFs actually being decent is another one. No, there we go. Wait, turret's dead. So now we have free reign. Now, I'm not seeing damage being applied. Is it because shields are back up still? Wolf Idris Hammerhead meta. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about Hammerhead meta, man. I'm gonna be real with you. That ship still just has too much of an investment. Perseus is where I would instead put it at. I don't think we're gonna see Hammerheads being ran until it needs a rework. It needs PDCs of its own, and it needs to have less turrets of higher value, better placement. The player investment to actually run, so that we are damaging. It's taking forever, but we are getting there. Now in PvP, if we had the same ship in this situation, what would be happening right now is we'd be trying to repair that turret, maybe or they would simply leave. But we count leaving as a win if you're trying to hold the space. Like, let's say Hathor is the engagement, right? Forcing the enemy to retreat and not entirely annihilating them is still a win, con.
Shields hit.
But making the CS good was the best thing they could have done. And people are gonna be like, oh man, why can a CF, you know, fighter still shoot out my paladin or whatever? Because that's the fucking job of the fighter. The paladin is not an anti-fighter ship anymore. So the size 5s, it arguably never was, right? The paladin's an attack craft now. Fighters should deal with attack craft. They should deal with other fighters and bombers and attack craft, right? So now I have a role. I have a reason to use the CS because they can be good. But when a cap ship shows up, I can't contribute in the traditional way. I have to deal with turrets or with PDCs. I can't do the traditional main damage. But I can fly in, and if I knock out enough PDCs, then Torps can hit it, then I can apply damage. It's a great change. It's a great change. Okay, no Taz. So once again, you're talking like a piracy situation. In a piracy situation, you would have a Mantis more than likely, right? You would have interdiction on field. And in that case, you're screwed, right? What I'm talking about is holding space in a battle. So Hathor, you want your org to maintain control of Hathor. I don't know if PvP Rockbreaker is going to be space related. All right, so now we can no longer damage the Hammerhead. That would be in the next mission. So we do need to change ships. Let's go back to PT. Let's see. That way. We're going to go back to PT and we're going to grab the Wolf and we'll try that out. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing. Right? So in this situation, if I was just randomly attacking and yeah, you had Kargan the other way, you win. Sure. In piracy, I really think they would be locking you in so you couldn't jump away, right? So that's kind of how they get you in the first place too. But like I said, we're holding the space. We don't want you there. We want to get the ore. We want to do the mining. Making you jump away is a win. But no. Please don't be upset, Taz, though, when I say like, oh, Life Fiber is not done yet. These are hugely great changes, especially for it both nerfs fighters and raises their skill level because of the radar changes. The radar changes are so good. And yes, CFs just blew up a colony, which people are going to be mad about. But that means I should run CFs because I can do my job in the fighter with CFs. So when I fight an Idris or a capital ship or a Perseus or a Hammerhead, suddenly my job is different. I can't damage the main ship anymore. This encourages larger ships to come out to play. When the CFs were terrible, which is what I was reviewing for my numbers on Monday, when the CFs were really terrible and they couldn't do anything more than just the other fighters, I was like, everyone's going to run cannons just so you could do your job and attack more ships. But now that it's not 10% of ships that you can fight, it's 60% of ships you can fight. You're going to see CFs being used. MBDs are looking very good, but MBDs you have to put in effort to obtain, right? At least unless you have someone duping them for you, which is another issue. The radar changes. They're great for PvP. In PvP, that's the range you're engaging anyways, and newer pilots will be less incentivized to waste their mag earlier. There was a same thing called the rule of halves, where you always shoot at half the distance that the velocity has. It's basically because at long range, somebody in a fighter will be dodging shots and you won't be able to hit them, and you'll be wasting your capacitor. This takes away that skill check. So okay, when you have the pip, you're going to be in range to basically fight. That's actually good for newer players. But if you're skilled, you can use the gun sight you have with no assists, and you can use that Mark 1 eyeball, and you can try to apply damage early. And it's really good. Against fighters, you're not doing it. And then unless they're bad or they get comfortable. But against the colonies, against the larger ships, where they were, you know, the hammerheads, the Perseuses, things like that. You can use that Mark 1 eyeball, and it's a skill check. They both made fighters worse and more skillful. And it's like,
Retrieval system.
I love this change. I really love this change. As a flight enjoyer, as a sweaty Alpha Wolf, here we go. As a sweaty fighter pilot, it's good. It's good.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Your place visitors again.
Guys, this is shaping up to be a phenomenal patch. The balance is still gonna be fucky. It's not gonna be perfect, but I think these are actually really good changes. It does make me worried for then when we get the next flight model. If the next flight model sucks, these changes could then go too far. There she is. But next flight model is good. We're getting there. One thing I love about the Wolf, and I wish more fighters had, was bespoke weaponry. Not because I don't like changing them out, but because having them, the weapons, integrated into the lines of the ship more naturally, like you have right here, where they're internal. It's cool to me as someone who enjoys fighter planes with all those weapons being internal, you know? And look, they coming out. And, yeah, fuck yeah. Okay, power is a problem. Power is certainly a problem.
Landing gear raised.
Exactly. This is a genuine step in the right direction for how this game should go. It doesn't, and some people are going to be mad because it's not just a complete shutdown of light fighters or PvP players, because they've wanted it for so long. Like, you know, fighters have been a problem for so long that now they just want them to just simply just not be relevant. And so some people are going to be upset about that. People really criticized me for my last video because I was saying fighters weren't dead. Because that's what they wanted so badly. And like, I think I have close to 80 messages that got held of people just saying pretty nasty stuff, which, I mean, I've got a pretty thick skin. It doesn't really bother me. It's like, wow, people were mad that I was just saying fighters weren't dead.
With escort ships. This is something that even full-blown naval pilots don't take lightly. So I want you to choose your ship carefully. Hell, I've known some students to go ahead and bring friends back. Just don't show up.
I agree. I just like the look of internal weapons more too. It is cool, like, being able to identify weapons that they have externally, but like, I don't know. I do love the Hawk's cockpit, but I wish it had more
Welcome, Rook.
MFDs.
Started in a moment.
We're gonna do it this way, nice and clean.
Hostiles inbound. Light 'em up.
We got hit. We're gonna need to be careful here. Can I get this kill? Oh my god. Okay, we have to get the corkscrew now. I haven't flown the Hawk in a while. It's got some different stats versus what I was just flying. Does that mark one eyeball if I can? Nope. Hey, we got close to where that pivot ended up showing up though. It's gonna be a skill check, especially with different weapons with different velocities. But I really think it is learnable. All right, let's pull away. Do the corkscrew. Let's get some stuff back.
Target lock. Shields under attack. Contact confirmed. Shield depleted.
It's not the arrows that are the problem. It's the hammerhead is pushing me. So I am surprised these arrows are living as long as they are. There's one, thank God.
Shields under attack.
Especially while corkscrewing is quite difficult.
Shield depleted. Target destroyed. Target lock.
We just took some fire there while we were dealing with the fighters. I've not flown the wolf since 4.4.
Shields under attack.
So I'm a little rusty on it.
Target destroyed.
That was a cool shot with the missile coming in. All right. Kitty, no. Hey. Kitty just fucking moved my entire screen on me. There we go.
Shield depleted.
Oof. This is gonna be challenging solo, though. I will say, especially because now you're not you without ballistic petting to drop the power plant. We might already be too hurt, but you know, here's the thing. So people are gonna look at this and say, "Oh, this is great." I mean, this is a. Oh, I feel like I shouldn't be able to target these. I feel like they shouldn't light up at this range for me, right? Oh. Okay, it's not gimbal fixing, but
Shields under attack.
if you had multiple fighters, oh yeah, we just got. Yes, you can damage it, but we took too much damage while we were fighting the fighters. But like I said, what we're looking at is basically a 6v1 there. You know, if we were looking at PvP for the whole crew. So if you normalize it, if you normalize the numbers to then have 6 fighters as well. They doubled the arrow armor. Oh, okay. That seems like a lot. I'm gonna be real with you. The arrow probably didn't need that. But yes, the guns can damage it. And Sean, you may think that's a huge problem, but it's actually a good thing. We want to encourage fighters to use fighter weaponry. So that way they aren't using cannons. So that way there's wolves for the big ships. Or if they are using cannons, they're the exception. Don't like the wolves? Yeah. I like them. I haven't flown them a whole lot. I am a Gladius boy at heart. So those were the laser repeaters, and they have the same damage as NDBs with better velocity than NDBs by 200 meters a second. So the Alpha Wolf or the regular Wolf with the Alpha's guns can damage any ship in the game smaller than a Polaris or a Idris. Kitty! Oh, my little co-pilot's being annoying. Come here. Come here, boy. You can't just lie down on my keyboard and press buttons. It breaks things. Yeah. Alright, you're gonna go to your bed now. Okay? Alright. Do we like lose sound? Frickin' hey. Of course my cat lies on the keyboard and I lose sound. Oh. That was weird. There we go, have it back. Buccaneers, similar position as Wolf, slightly Wolf maybe. The Wolf isn't interested in tune though. Am I crazy? Is the Wolf tuned? Maybe I should before I look at that I should go and get back to the spaceport. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Innocence of Tune, it was just fast for a fighter. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not Innocence of Tuned. It's better off than the Buccaneer. A little bit more speed than an arrow so we can catch it effectively. A little bit less shape authority, but still small size. It's good. I think I felt that. Take it off. Only one of us can wear this. I joke, I kid. Teal is like my favorite color, so once I saw it, I had to get it, guys. You don't understand. Teal is my shit.
where creative innovation meets innovative creativity. Looking for a good time? Be sure to visit Wally's Bar at the Promenade. Only a quick ride
Welcome
on the metro.
to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Tired of travel?
Price of doing business, I guess.
Why not rest at the Nest's newly renovated accommodations? Located downtown in the luxurious Sapphire Ground.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
Okay. It was great talking with you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Microtech. The Empire's leader in
Yeah, I don't have any clips right now.
where creative innovation
I was wondering if I should just try to torp it.
Everything good?
Because we do want to get to the next mission to get the Polaris.
ready to upgrade. Located in the plaza, the factory line has all of Microtech's latest offerings.
Please visit
Yeah. The Scorpius being so lightly armored is interesting. In a weird way, I think I agree with it. Just because of how stupid fast it is, right? And like, it's a very narrow, very thin ship. Visually, it does look like it shouldn't be that armored.
Capital city of Microtech. where
I still think its speeds are going to be a huge advantage. But at the same time, by that logic, the Hurricane shouldn't be as armored as it is, because that's an even tinier ship. Yes, it's a little bit more chonky visually. It's a little bit thicker, but it's like a third the size. Guardian, think of the Hemorrhoid. No, because the Guardian isn't going to be immune to the. Isn't going to be immune to those CFs anymore, those size 4 CFs, which it would have been in the initial numbers I saw.
I hope you enjoy your time in
Also, do I even have a Guardian right now? I don't think I do.
ASOC
I think I have them melted.
and entertainment.
Yeah, we don't have a Guardian right now. I have a Corsair.
Renowned promenade.
Why do I have a Corsair?
Hi, and welcome to New
Wait, why do I have a Corsair? I don't think I have a Corsair. Actually, I don't think I have a Corsair. Is that like ship of the month for subscribers?
Please use one of the conveniently located terminals.
We could Polaris torp it, or actually we could Perseus torp it. Those are size 5s.
From all of us at Microtech.
I need somebody else who has Wave 1 to help me test stuff, because then I wouldn't need to do all these missions.
retrieval system.
Tired of
Vehicle
travel?
selected.
Why not
Stand
rest
by.
at the
Your
next
vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
located downtown.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this guy.
Your please visit us.
These need finer tunings.
Hi, and welcome to New Babbage. Hello, and welcome to New Babbage, the capital city of Microtech, where creative innovation meets innovative creativity.
How long have we been live for? About 3 hours? Damn. I feel like I've done nothing. We did, but I didn't get any of the testing I wanted to get done. Mainly because these changes are confirmed not to be in Arena Commander, which is so frustrating. Like, they did this with engineering too, where just Arena Commander just didn't have any info. Did my head tracking crash? It did. Good thing it happened while we were... Hey. It's really annoying to... Let's see. Nope, it does not sync up. Again. That's annoying. Alright, we're gonna fly with that without... Oh, I fucking hate this save. We're gonna fly without head tracking for a moment here. Just to try and finish this off.
Your adventure, courtesy of Kruger.
This like broke some stuff though. Now I have the freaking bar there at the bottom. Well, oof. Things be breaking, but that's just how PTU roll. Can I turn off a cooler now without having complete failure? God, I'm so... Turning my head and not feeling the game turn is like such a weird mindfuck when you get so used to it.
Thanks for visiting New Babbage. And remember,
Yeah.
to the heart-pounding thrills of your favorite sim, Microtech is working hard to push innovation further.
I still want to try it again with the wolf. I just read in chat that these saves aren't going to be sorry, this progression is not going to be saved. Dude, it's so weird. It's so weird taking off head tracking when you get used to it. I keep like wanting to go look down at it. It's so natural to me. So once again, we aren't really expecting to win. But I would like to try to apply damage and just confirm. Does this like just keep flying off until it killed me? This mission might be bugged now, sadly. Oh, there it is. Now, if its AI got turned off and bugged, that would be helpful for this test. Nope, he's still alive.
Target lock.
Nose on is harder to hit than I thought it would be. Oh, you can do it. You can do it. You're not shooting me. I don't know why you're not shooting me, but I'm gonna take this blessing for testing. This is a blessing for testing, guys. It is a bug. This is definitely not representative of the actual fight here. But now we can really test damage application. And remember, if we're being equal, we're throwing in 6 wolves against this guy. But I think even 3 would win. Maybe I'm crazy because this is a lot of gunners. Maybe even 2 though. Though with range cutting being more difficult. But not impossible. That's the thing. Okay, yep, we are applying damage. That's shielded, but look right here. It is flashing red. Right there, we are applying damage to the rear of this. Now watch this guy turn back on and absolutely butt fuck us. Yep, so we can shred the turrets as expected. But in theory, any ship could do this. They die actually relatively quick with the NDBs. Can I get the top one too?
Shields. Major system issues.
What? Major system issues? I've never heard that one before. Okay, that turret's dead. I'm gonna take this blessing because it might turn back on, so I'm gonna kill as many of these turrets as I can. It's very lucky. For testing, this is great. We all are understanding that this is not a real scenario though.
Shields. Major system issues.
Okay. He's down to 2 turrets, so once again, let's just come up here. Looks like, oh, whoa. Something has happened. My shields did, oh, it's cooling. It's cooling, guys.
Shields. Major system issues.
Yeah, you can't turn off a cooler. So just remove a cooler. If you turn it off, you have issues. I'm like, what's going on? Am I being hit? The server is also being weird. All right, so we're getting through the shield again. Shoot, open the door and kill a pilot inside. I like the way you think, Django. I like the way you think. One thing that would be kind of cool, though I don't actually want this. I don't think, I think it'd be way too hard to balance. But against large ships, you can fly under their shield bubble to like damage their turrets and stuff. Like you need to be like this close, right? But if you were this close to them, you could fly under the shield bubble and you could apply damage directly even the shield face was up. I don't think I actually want that. I don't think that's a very thought through thing. It just sounds cool, you know? I thought I shot that one open.
Contact confirmed.
So I was able in the past to fucking shields back up. But I was able in the past to get away with 1 pip and 1 cooler. But if I had 2 coolers and I had 1 pip and 1 cooler, I would overheat based on a cooling bug. Sky. So I think I'm still having whatever issue that is. I don't know. I don't think you can. Am I crazy? Like I think if I get right here. No, see, I'm still hitting the shield. What I'm saying is it would be cool if you could. It'd be really cool if you could. Probably wouldn't be balanced. Probably don't actually want that. Just you would think so. You actually really would. I might not be able to get in then, at least not that way. It looks like my shots are stopping. The rest of it are elevators. I don't have a whole lot of FPS ammo, or I could shoot in that way. I will say the regen is wild. The regen is super quick. We just left the front and the front is already back up and full. So you definitely need multiple fighters applying pressure to keep their shields down. The regen is stupid strong. Interesting. Shield is definitely down. I'm no longer seeing the parts flash red. They were earlier, weren't they? I wonder if that point... Interesting. I wonder if that's a targeting bug or a display bug, and maybe that part is already red, and that's why it's not flashing red, but it's just not showing to me. I don't know. That's weird. We're definitely hitting it. We're not hitting shield.
Shields. Major system issues.
I have not looked at Oracle. I'm an SP viewer guy. I don't really use Oracle. But what did you find? Nice. Yeah, we're just sort of figuring that out by raw values right now. Like, for example, the Wolf can penetrate everything up to a Polaris and an Idris. NDBs can as well. Cannons can pen everything. CFs are actually way better than we thought they were going to be, which is a huge good thing. Yes, even for big ships. So that encourages fighters to actually run CFs instead of running cannons for everything. So then, in a combined arms fight with a cap ship, the fighter can no longer contribute in the same way. It has to focus on PDCs and turrets until the main armor is stripped. Whereas before, when the CFs were useless against anything but fighters, nobody would just run them. You would just run the better ship, the better weapon, the cannon, even though it's worse technically for dueling. Well, also it feels like there's no recharge delay, really. Like the second I'm off it, it's back. Yeah, guys, something weird has happened here. It was flashing red before, it is not anymore. Flashes red when I hit it with a missile, guys. What are we missing here, chat? God, the shields come back up instantaneously. Are we glitched? Because I mean, obviously the ship is glitched. But we were getting red flashes from the guns earlier, and now we aren't. Oh, wait. If missiles strip enough armor off, though, to where weapons are meaningful to damage it, that could be a problem. Especially for ships like the Hammerhead that are big but don't actually have PDCs. But yeah, we're no longer getting flashes, guys. I mean, we've gotten the effective kill. Look, no hit markers. Guys, something's funky here. We might not be doing damage to the main ship. We're out of missiles. I don't believe they removed the hull damage. I don't think we're damaging hull. I don't think we're damaging hull. I mean, I don't have enough shots to get through that door, I'm almost certain. Also, we're like moving. Weird. Come on, let me in.
Contact confirmed.
This is interesting. We were able to break everything on it. And I swear we were seeing this section flash red early, but now we aren't. And I mean, if you look, damage is showing up there from where we shot it, and that's clean. Guys, could be bugs. In this test, I actually think something weird has happened, and the wolf is not penetrating the hammerhead. All right. Let's go get a Corsair. Well, yes, but this was one that said that they could, right? That's why we're confused. Hey, Uriah, how's it going, man? Yeah, because stat-wise, the weapons should be able to do it, and we saw it flashing earlier. Or another update. So the axioms have a alpha of 85. Okay. If we then go we then have is 101 energy plus 21%. Actually, no, maybe it can't. Maybe it can't. Size of wolf guns can pen? Can it? Because I don't think 20% of 80 gets it over 100. What am I missing? I doubt it updated it. Actually, we saw it flash red. That would be wild if they updated it while we were playing. I didn't even know they could do that. Wait, on my SP viewer it says Hammerhead 139B, 69E. It was 69. Yo! Whoa! I mean, I don't hate it still. It does make the wolf slightly less awesome, but it was going to be the ship of the patch, right? I should buy more ammo. Okay. That was crazy, guys. I feel like we saw that live, right? Maybe I'm insane. Maybe we didn't. I swear we saw the whole flash red when we shot it.
Hello. What's the rumpus?
You gotta tell us funeral. Can't decide if I want.
CFs are now way worse. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me that they can't get through to the
Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Hold on, wait. Check the Connie. Check the Connie. We killed the Connie dispatch. The Connie now says it can't be penned by CFs. Hold on. Connie. $62 energy. This happened live. No, this happened live. We killed a Connie with CFs, and now we can't damage a Connie with CFs. Oh. Dang it. Here's the thing. People are going to see this reaction and see me disappointed and say, oh, wah wah, light fighter guy mad his guns don't do well. No. What was so good about the CFs being good, and I said it multiple times, but please listen to me even if you aren't a combat enjoyer. The CFs being good made you want to use the CFs, which meant you could not hurt the capitals, the sub-capitals. You would have to go to cannons for that. It would actually encourage you to run the CFs, which means in that combined arms fight, where the fuck am I? Oh, I got off too early. But yeah, it would encourage you to use them, so then when you got into a bigger fight and you ran out the ships you couldn't damage, you wouldn't have the weaponry to damage them because you were incentivized to use CFs. Alright, we have to check the Paladin. God, this is changing so rapidly, guys. Like, I want to put out a video for tomorrow. I don't think I can. 49. CS can't hurt the Paladin. Literally everything just changed. Literally everything changed live as we were playing it, guys. Holy. This is something, look, like it's almost 1 a.m. where I am. If I got off an hour ago and then tomorrow I made my video, I would be totally wrong. God damn.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of
This is insane. Good point. Good point, Sky. Guys, I think the Firebird and like a missile Scorpius are going to be more valuable now too, because missiles are going to damage the armor.
Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Okay. Once again, I really think the CFs should be good in their niche. I really like them being able to hurt things smaller than a Caterpillar, not able to damage the big cargo ships, not be able to damage the big industrial ships, but able to fight all the combat ships, you know, Connie, of course, there below. That was a great role for the light fighter, right? The light fighter should be dealing with those medium-sized threats and other fighters. If it can only deal with other fighters and can't deal with medium-sized threats, I think they're just going to up-tech to the light strikes now. Light strikes or to on Niskies. The capacitors do suck. The capacitors do suck. So there is that. I mean, I feel like there's an assumption, Lua, being made. My main gaming PC here is Windows for obvious reasons, but I run Cache off my laptop. I'm familiar with the daily updates, but like this was rapid even for like, I'm used to them doing one big balanced patch a day, right?
Nice choice.
You missed the equip all button. Auto stacking's nice. Okay, this way we would have been able to pen if we needed to. So in general, SP Viewer has more data than Urkel, and it has very nice tools that I use, like the compare screen, right, where you can go to, you know, let's pull out the Arrow, let's pull out the, you know, Super Hornet Mark II, just to show a big difference, right? It can literally give you size difference and cross section difference, you know, things like that, which is a very helpful thing. And of course the summary chart here, I really enjoy it, as well as it does have the same thing Urkel has, as you can just go click on a ship and make a build for it, right? It also has all the items in the game, all that other stuff. I just started with SP Viewer. I've learned it, and that's why I don't go to Urkel. Urkel has nicer UI, and a lot of people find it easier to read. I'm just so used to SP Viewer now that is just what I use. One isn't better than the other. I just like SP Viewer. That is so wild. So that means whatever values that these tables exist in can be modified quite quickly on the fly and does not require downtime.
Capsule now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Yeah, I never really save loadouts, so that's I mean, I might start doing that if builds become more complex than they currently are, right? Then I want to share them to people on YouTube. F8C and below. What about the? Okay, so you can hit the colors. Okay. If they can still deal with all the heavy fighters, including the warden. No, because you get missions. You get missions where you have bigger ships than that, even in PvE. Ah, damn. I'm bummed, guys. This was I really think we were about to see some phenomenal balance. I see why they knee-jerked it, probably because a lot of people would be mad that CFs are still good against ships like colonies. And I see their point. I really do see their point, because a colony is a large ship. Logically, you want that to be an unarmored ship and not be damaged by that type of weaponry. But I think the perception of the repeaters as light weapons is just because of history, not necessarily reality. Like, I mean, that's still a main cannon on a ship, but I think I see why they did it. But I really do think this is going to push a lot more players to run the cannons, to run the omnis, to run the light strikes, instead of just running CFs, which would then let them blur that. We were going to see really defined fighter roles with the CFs being good. Damn. It might come back. Like I said, they're updating it frequently. I don't think it will, though. I do think, like I said, I told you guys, I was surprised it was this good.
And gate time. Please use one of the conveniently located terminals.
Still committed to hitting Origin. Okay, but Lua, we have to remember not everybody is a space marshal with a huge fleet of ships, right?
Vehicle retrieval system.
The CF balance was so good because it was good enough that you could run it as your main. But it wasn't good enough that you could bleed into being something that was a threat to the heavier ships, right? In terms of like a combined arms fight, a colony is a really big threat to a cap ship, right? Especially if the cap ship doesn't have maxed out turret gunners or something. A Corsair is a big threat to a cap ship, so your fighters are screens for that, right?
Hello. Hi.
So the fighter's job should be to deal with threats to the larger ships. Deal with bombers, deal with heavy fighters, and deal with attack craft.
Selected.
Ready to upgrade. Located in the plaza, the factory line has all of Microtech's latest software.
If a fighter is trying to attack a bigger ship, the only thing it should be able to do is damage turrets, damage PTCs. So that way they can open up missiles to hit the cap ships and torpedoes, right? But they shouldn't be able to do it themselves.
Whether it's the latest in cutting-edge technology or the beauty of our award-winning gardens,
That's fucking wild.
a lot going on today.
Damn. Okay, it's not doom and gloom. It's not doom and gloom. It's not over. Let me think for a second. This is just simply going to be closer to what it was. So
I hope you have a wonderful creativity.
yeah, it's going to be canon.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
It's going to be canon meta. Damn it.
Looking for a good time?
I was actually really excited for this nice blend of metas.
Only a quick ride on the metro.
It's going to be canon meta, I think.
Doing business, I guess.
Your insurance claim. Thank you.
The Empire's leader in cutting-edge technology.
We just watched this man's life fall apart. It's all no. Like I let me reiterate. I thought they had just found almost perfect balance. Fighters could do the fighter job, but they couldn't bleed past that role. Well, you could, but then you would be very vulnerable to other fighters because there would be a large amount of other fighters running repeaters, right? So, if you did take out a cannon fighter, you would simply probably die in a dogfight to a repeater one. But now that repeaters aren't worth taking, now that they are not worth taking, Lua, you're wrong. They aren't going to take a medium ship, especially if they don't have one. They're just going to kit their ship with the weapons that can damage it. because not being able to fight more than 60% of the ships in the game, more than 70% of ships in the game, really, is not tenable for a fighter. Remember, a fighter isn't multi-role. A fighter's job is to fight. So you're not going to equip weapons that can't do the job. So you will take the velocity hit, you will take the range hit, and you will bring weapons that can do the job. So now we're going into canon meta.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a careful watch on all personal items.
So instead of having this really nice blend where repeaters are good, but then you get hard capped, and then you need those larger ships, or you need missile boats, or you need something to then kick up against the capitals and sub-capitals. Now we're going to see longer time to kills because of capacitor issues, and fighters just taking the best weapons to kill everything. That's what we're going to see. So this is worse for reducing fighter meta.
Retrieval system.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Damn.
Hey there.
Light strike? What's the capacitor like on the light strike? It is better than the Omnis. Yeah, I'll run it. That was going to be such a good balance. And I don't see them going back. Like I said, when we had it, I was like, guys, this is wild. I can't believe CIG created balance this good.
From all of us at Microtech, welcome to the
Man.
Interstellar Spaceport.
What's up? You catch fake outs a few weeks ago? Hit a guy in a Van Duel costume inside some poor Joe's Aurora. Thought he was gonna have a heart attack right then and there.
Remember, your belongings belong to you. Keep a
Anything new in
careful
your
watch on all personal items.
Just another day then.
Damn, guys, we really could have had something great.
Microtech.
Maybe we'll come back, but
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
that was going to be the best balance. That was going to be the greatest that this game has ever been.
And welcome to New Babbage.
Because fighters would be good, and they would be good against. Okay, I guess. Okay,
Everything good?
they're still equating CFs to fighters, but because now the CFs are worthless, the fighters they expand their capability just at longer TTKs.
Vehicle selected.
Right?
Yeah,
Stand
sure.
by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
Ready to upgrade.
But I also get where they're coming from, because I understand why a Connie owner doesn't want to die to a CF fighter. But now they aren't going to die to a CF fighter. They're going to die to a fighter with cannons. They're still dying to a fighter. So, I see where they're coming from. I really do. I actually really do.
Hey there.
But like I said, a Connie is a valid attack craft for a fighter to attack in my mind. Not from like what players want, but from like the fleet battle. If we're not looking at anything but the fleet, right? Because the Connie is realistically going to be 1 or 2 manned. You really aren't going to put 3 people in the Connie, okay? So it's a 1 or 2 man ship with size 5s with a lot of missiles. That's something you're going to want to send your fighter screen to deal with, and you know, use that to protect, because that is dangerous to your capital. That is dangerous to your large attack craft and your large support ships. But if you encourage fighters to bring cannons, now fighters hit everything again. Yes, it will take them longer because of capacitor issues right now. And CFs on turrets might be a good anti-fighter deterrent. But man, there's got to be middle ground. I don't know. Kind of, yeah, villain. Kind of, actually. I mean, no, it's still a carrier. It still has all. It's still tanky. PDCs aren't going to do jack shit anymore. It's not good for fighters, but I think it's worse for general balance because what we just had is we just actually had a defined niche.
Takeoff complete.
We just had a strong niche. You deal with attack craft, bombers, fighters. Now it's just bombers, fighters. If you have CFs, and even then not bombers because you can't deal with the A2. Yeah, the A2 is weird now, actually. Actually, like, and it would have been weird in the last balancing too. The A2 is super armored. It's gonna be even worse. Let me out! Let me out!
Shields offline.
Thanks for visiting New Babbage. And remember, from the Moby glass on your wrist to the heart-pounding thrills of your favorite sim, Microtech is working hard to push innovation further.
No. Just Santos. Hear me out. I think you're comparing. You're thinking I'm comparing this to 4.6. I'm not. Literally, this live, in the last 3 hours, we had a shift in the balance. CFs were actually able to destroy anything smaller than the Caterpillar. All right. What that means is that the CFs were good enough to warrant that fighters take them, right? Because now you can do fighter things with the CFs. Now they just updated stats literally while we were live, while we were shooting at something. So now if I had CFs, I couldn't fight the Corsair at all. Which the Corsair is one of the ships as a fighter you take care of, because the Corsair is a threat to your larger ships, but not a threat to you, right? You see, because you can very easily dodge around it. So by making CFs good but not super good, you encourage them to be used. Then you run into a Hurricane, you run into a Hammerhead, you run into a Perseus, you run into an Idris or a Polaris. You cannot damage them. You need to rely on other ships to get that armor threshold lower, whether it's a missile boat, whether it's a large ship applying damage. But you still have a role, because with your ships you can still damage the PDCs, you can still damage the turrets on these large ships. So you can do something until you can then join the fight. Now that CFs are worse and you're not encouraged to use them, they are simply going to be pushing fighters towards using cannons, which means we're no longer seeing that separation role. What we're going to see is an increase in time to kill, because cannon capacitors suck, but because you can't do your job as a fighter against anything larger than a heavy fighter now with CFs, which you are going to see the larger ships. You're going to see the Corsairs, you're going to see the Paladins, you're going to see the Redeemers, you're going to see the Connies, right? Because of that, now you're forcing fighters to run cannons, and now cannons can damage the larger ships. We're just seeing a time to kill decrease. So now, instead of coming after this thing in a wolf, I'm coming after it in a cannon, in a cannoned Hornet, right? So we aren't seeing the balance that, like, they were going to have the greatest balance, where fighters still felt good but had a very clear role. But I see why, because you don't want the Connie owners to feel like they're being left out and fucked on, because the Colony was a large ship at the time. Now it really is only a medium ship. A lot of people daily them solo too, which makes sense with how they're laid out. So Jason, does that like make sense where I'm coming from? We had the CFs good enough to encourage you to use them, but they weren't good enough where you could bleed out of the fighter role. But now that they're too bad, now that they don't, yep, we're getting damage again, guys. So now we're just gonna see this, and it's gonna take longer. But now we're in canon meta. The issue with the MDB meta though is not everyone can easily obtain MDBs. Orgs will get them because they'll be able to get one guy who farms them and then dupe them for everyone else in the org. Someone like me getting MDBs is really annoying. So it's gonna take forever, but now instead of me bringing a ship kitted for it, I'm just gonna have my one ship kills them all. Canon meta. But yeah, we are applying damage. Look, it's visual on the armor. Yeah. This happened live as we were playing. This is wild. No. Yes, but doing that would have caused that. All we're doing now is extending TDK. But the same ships, or that before, literally, okay, your fighter was good. It was good against attack craft. But now, if you wanted to punch past attack craft level, past the Colony and the Paladin level, you needed something bigger, or you needed a missile boat. Now you just need cannons. Because cannons kind of suck. They aren't fun to use, right? On these light strikes, they can still be done. Like, we're doing it. Obviously, this is a dead in the water, hammerhead that we set up for testing. But yeah, look, we've just read that. So by making CFs worse, you meaning you're not using CFs, which meaning you aren't getting the distinction in classes anymore. By making them too bad, you're simply removing the weapon from being chosen. But what you aren't doing is limiting the fighter's role. By making you want to choose the weapon, by making it good enough to say, okay, hey, in 60% of situations, in 70% of situations, I can still fight with this weapon. Cool, I can use it. And now I am no longer effective against a cap ship. But now that is only effective against 30% of situations, 20% of situations. It's like, no, I'm a fighter. My job is to fight. I need to just bring these different weapons that may be less enjoyable, but can do the damage. So we are actually reducing effective ships, not expanding them. This is actually yeah. This is what I was worried about. This is what I was worried about in my Monday video. Especially now that the that PDCs are dramatically worse. It is so wild that it changed when we were testing it. Like Jay Santos, I want to make one thing very clear. I am against light fighter meta. I am a fighter pilot. I'm a PvP player. I'm happiest in a fighter seat, but light fighter meta is not good for the game. But neither is removing fighters from contention entirely, and neither is what they're doing right now, which is removing entire weapon classes from contention. We were about, like, seriously, the balance we had for like the first 2 hours, 3 hours of the stream would have been incredible. It would have been so good. It would have been the best combat had been since Master Mode's dropped. I agree, Villainy. I agree. their own gun classes with higher velocities. The radar changes are insanely good. I want to make that clear, because like, just to show the example, right? Most players are going to wait for pips, but if you're skilled, you can use your Mark 1 eyeball to apply damage at range as you're coming in, right? So this is both nerfing the fighters and increasing their skill floor. Now granted, this guy's not moving. It's harder when they're moving, but it's a doable thing, right? I'm really happy with radar changes, because like my argument before was, hey, just get rid of pips for fighters. Only ships that have turrets get pips, or larger ships that could have like large targeting computers, right? And that would have been too hardcore. That would have been too hardcore for the community. But this halfway change, where at long range you don't get a pip or assists, but up close you do. All right, the casual players are going to get closer. The skilled players will get closer, but on the approach and on the exit, they'll be able to have that skill expression to where they can still apply damage, right? The radar changes are still fantastic. I am absolutely in love with the radar changes. But by making the CS too bad now, we're back to what I was worried about on Monday, which is just canon meta. And once again, this is kind of a bad example. You wouldn't solo a fully crewed hammerhead. You would bring 4 or 5 ships, right? There it is. No, villain, it doesn't hurt them. It doesn't hurt them at all, villain. It would hurt them if they actually had weapons that could apply damage at that range. So let me really quick talk to you about how dogfighting and dueling used to be, okay? In 4.6 and entirely beyond, weapon ranges was never determined by the distance at which your projectile despawned. That was never your weapon range, okay? Your weapon range was where you could realistically apply damage to a target doing basic evasion. So basic evasion is the corkscrew maneuver. What the corkscrew does is it takes your pip, which is the instant tangent. Your pip is basically in this exact microsecond. If that ship continues going in the direction it's going, you continue going the way you're going, and your shots at this velocity, you shoot here to hit. By doing the corkscrew, the passive evasion, you roll your pip around your ship without ever reaching it. Now, we have what's called the rule of halves. So what that means is, once you were at half the projectile velocity of your weapon. So let's say you had CFs. CFs had an 1800 meters per second velocity. So it means in 1 second they would travel 1800 meters. Against a fighter who was doing a corkscrew, in 1 second I am changing my trajectory and I'm changing my entire ship length in less than 1 second right here. Okay, so you can't hit me. However, rule of halves is, hey, that's now half a second. We're at 900 meters. 800 meters a second at 900 meters, half a second for my shot to reach you. At that point, that's when you start firing, and that's when you'll start to apply damage, because in that same half second now, as we get closer and closer, I can no longer create that deflection, and then we go into actual active evasion and basic combat maneuvering as we go. This was also true for large ships, okay? So the large ship can't really do the same corkscrew as well, because it's just too big, but the fighter attacking it can. So you were never going to hit at 1800 meters, even with CFs, unless their ships were AI and flying straight at you, or they were new pilots who were flying straight at you. The corkscrew is so easy and so basic to learn, and it's just how you approach a fight. It's so there's no reason you should be able to be getting shots. So here, hold on. What they need to do is on these bigger ships, give them faster velocities. So what I would recommend, and what people in the chat recommend, is a manned turret, a player operated turret would get higher weapon velocities for the same weapon class. So instead of getting 1800 meters per second on a CF, they would get 36. Now they can apply damage at range, because now you can't create that same deflection to where your pip is never accurate, right? So the radar changes are good. 1800 meters is still a good range for a pip, because you're not going to hit anything with it. Even with the fastest weapons, you're not going to hit a fighter with it. Big ships, you'll hit them fine. Okay, big ships you can hit without pips. But like I said, it's gonna be a huge skill expression. Learning how to do no pip aiming. It's gonna be a huge part of skill expression, and I'm really happy for it. That's a good point, Sky. But Villain, does that make sense? Like I hope you didn't say that as me talking down to you, but like what they need to do is give large ships higher weapon velocities. If they do that now, without actually touching the range number at all, if they give large ships a longer range radar and higher weapon velocities, we have fixed light fighter meta. As long as they keep the size 1 radars low range. Oh, I'm out of drinks, damn it. Damn it, I'm out of drinks. Oh well. But no guys, so like the radar changes are incredibly good. With fighters, you do not need these long range pips. This will actually help new players not waste their shots. And if you're really good, yeah. But I'm sad about what happened to CFs. We were literally going to have the best balance that we've had since Master Mode dropped. I mean that. I really think the CFs being good enough that you take them, but not good enough to deal against the top tier ships was a perfect balance. I don't see them going back to it, because I understand why they want to cater to the players who are in the colonies. Not only the Corsair, the Corsair to me is a lightly armored ship, right? Oh wait, before we get off, I was going to get off, but no, I just realized we should have just gotten the Polaris, right? We should have just gotten the Polaris, which means we can finally... Yeah. So we will not be killing a Polaris, guys. I'm going to make that clear. What I want to test, though, is PDCs. I don't know, Uriah. I was so happy. I was so happy, dude. Like if you watch earlier on, as I'm realizing how good the CFs are and what that means for the fighter balance and spread. God. We would have had something genuinely great. And I know I have no say. I've got, 1,200 freaking subscribers, and I'm not even really an expert. I'm a journeyman in PvP and stuff in this game. But I wish we could get somebody to say like, hey, wait a second, hold on. What you just had was really good. And I would hope that I could get people to give it a shot. So I understand people are so tired of CF light fighters killing them, that making them decent seems like just the wrong call, but it isn't, because that means we would actually have it where we would actually have fighter roles where all right, your job is attack craft, heavy fighters, other fighters. now that they're encouraging cannons, the fighters once again are kill everything machines. It just takes longer.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah, especially yeah. I understand the sentiment. I really do, guys. Once again, I am not in favor of light fighter meta. I'm not in favor of fighter meta. I want combined arms fights. I want multi-crew ships to be good because that's more interesting for me. As long as I still have a place in the battlefield as a fighter pilot, because that's what I like to do, it'd be more interesting to have more viable ships, right? But this pushing cannon meta is going to mean that fighters have to rely less on their fleet, not more. All right, where is the pull? Because we need to be very careful about that guy. Is he back there? That's where he is. Okay.
Shields online.
Oh yeah, I don't have my head tracking tool on right now. Oh man, it's such a pain.
Shields hit. Target destroyed. Bogey. Bogey.
I understand why people don't want to see the CS good. I really do. But I really hope they think about
Target destroyed.
making it so where they're good enough to encourage you to use them over cannons.
Shields hit.
Just by forcing cannon meta, you're just forcing the fighters to then be able to deal with everything just slower. Instead of being able to deal with some things fast, but then not being able to deal with anything above that level. So that's PTC fire. PTC fire is shooting at me. PTC fire is shooting at me. Now it is hurting my shields. So I need to kill these other ships so then I can test PTCs, guys. I'm okay with PTCs hurting my shields. But we need to kill these other ships so we can get valid testing.
Bogey.
At this point, what we want to see for balance is we actually do want to see the PCs kill me. I actually want to see that. I'm not sure we will, but that would be the better case.
Shields hit.
With two of them on me here, it's really kind of hard to manage. The shield buff is really helping the Corsair out. Especially because the second I disengage, his shields are back. I don't have quite enough cap to get through it. I wonder then if I should have like 2 CFs just to deal with shields, right? Or maybe CFs on the size 3s and then keep the size 4s. Saber's that, yeah, Saber. Oof. I was about to do a review on the Saber too, and then I stopped with all these changes coming live. Whoa, that was weird. See, look, 1.6, they have CFs. I mean, I'm a big ship, but you can dodge. Even with pips, you can dodge. He's right by the fucking... They aren't making this easy on me.
Shield down. Weapon system destroyed.
Yeah, I don't think we can do it, sadly. Not with Omnis. The shields. Okay. This is still good news. This is still data. This is still good data, guys. Hold on. We got Doomer. We got Doomer there. That's not a bad result. If cannons simply don't have capacitor to get through a shield face, and if by the time you get your guns back, they get their shields back. That's what I was encountering, right? I couldn't stay in the fight long enough. Now, obviously, that was a 1vx. But that's something I could do in the last... In Ballistic Meta. I could easily kill all those in Ballistic Meta, right? What is the fastest projectile velocity ballistic cannon that can damage those? You know what, guys, listen. The CF meta would have been cool. It really would have been cool, and I still am sad about it. But if cannons aren't as viable as I think they are because of shield health now and shield regenerate now, we might not be screwed. Granted, with multiple fighters attacking to keep shields down, I don't know where that goes. I wasn't able to effectively test the PTCs were damaging me. Yes, they were damaging my shields, but of course they were, right? There were just too many ships firing at me. Plus, I needed to get both those Corsairs dead, so that way I could position myself in an area where only the PTCs were firing at me. Power and tool cannons. Okay. Well, guys, it's late. It's 1:30. I have work tomorrow. There will not be a video tomorrow, and that's a good thing, because if I had gotten off 3 hours ago or 2 hours ago to make a video, the game would have fucking changed immediately. I got very doomer once the CS got taken out of being where I thought they were very nice. However, since cannons don't seem as good as I was thinking they would be because of the capacitors, there is still hope for this set. So we need more testing. We need more info. Tarantulas, okay. What are their velocities, Skywolf? So these numbers are constantly changing. Literally as we were playing, literally as we were shooting at a ship, they changed. Okay. So there's not going to be a video tomorrow. Sorry, guys. Also, my Saber review is on hold until we get 4.7. Because I can't say, guys, go buy a Saber right now. The Saber was good. I was enjoying my testing of it, but this is the largest meta shift ever, and I'm probably going to have to even go back and re-review ships I have reviewed in the ballistic meta, right? All right, tarantulas seem interesting, so we'll have to test tarantulas next. But I got Doomer there because God, the CF meta would have been really good. It would have been so good, but there's still a shot here. I think if I was soloing a Corsair, I could kill it, right? With the Omnis. But in that situation where I was being pressured off by the Polaris and by the second Corsair, the shield comes back so quickly that you can't really 1v it with cannons with the capacity you have. You just don't deal enough shield damage to drop it and keep it dropped.
Hello.
Oh yeah, you're comparing a light fighter to a medium. But alright guys, thank you for watching, thank you for hanging out. It was so good to see you guys all. I don't know if I will be live again tomorrow. I've been doing a lot of sim racing and really enjoying that again. It's funny, a guy I actually was teaching Star Citizen has offered to help me get better at sim racing. He's a top driver, so I've been spending a lot of time over in that rig, and I do have a sim racing channel. I'm not going to plug it fully. And if people want it, maybe I will. It's a lot smaller than this one. It's got 54 subs because I'm bad at sim racing. But I'm not sure if I'm going to play this live tomorrow. I might wait for some more changes. Wait for wave 3 where I can get a second person. Because if I can get somebody to help me do these tests and not have to rely against the AI. Because also we don't know if the AI is 100% up to snuff with all these changes either. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really had a fun time streaming to you all. For those of you who were mad at me about my last video from Monday and for using the info I had at the time, it looks like it's right. It looks like it's still right. But I'm just trying to give info. I'm not trying to push light fighter meta. I want these changes to be good. Oh, thank you, Django. Thank you, man. But yeah, like, yes, I'm a PvP light fighter scrub, but I want the game to be better, and that means killing light fighter meta. So when I'm criticizing these updates, it's not because I'm like, yeah, my ship can't kill you anymore. It's because there can be a good balance here. There really can be. But thanks for watching, guys. I had so much fun, and I'll catch y'all later. Peace.